on the holes in my shoes. I stick my tongue in the holes in my teeth. I stick expletives in the holes in my thought process when I speak. My friends stick to their guns, they got a bunch in the woods of Vermont till the end times come. But Saturn says he's gonna learn to live as if the world wasn't gonna end, and I admire his strength. So today I'm gonna do my best to drink coffee in the morning and live as if I didn't feel lonely and hopeless and helpless, to save myself for the world where I live. And tonight, when I dream, it will be that the junkies spent all the drug money on community gardens and collective housing, and the punk kids who moved in the ghetto have started meeting their neighbors beside the angry ones with the yards that their friends and their dogs have been eugenicking on. And the anarchists have started filling potholes, collecting garbage, to prove we don't need governance to do these things. And I'll wake up burning Times Square as we sing. Throw your hands in the air, 'cause property is robbery. First to say the words. The day I rob a bank's the first day of my life as an honest man, an honest man. The day I rob a bank's the first day of my life as an honest man, an honest man. The day I go to jail trying to rob a bank's the day I finally get what I deserve. up. Call my methods madness and all the luck. Do what I got to feel able to breathe. If you can quit your job, then you can do a little breathing with me. A punk rock song won't ever change the world, but I can tell you about a couple that changed me. And so tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. A punk rock song won't ever change the world, but I can tell you about a couple that changed me. And so tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight, we're gonna fuck shit up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What another no. What another no. And if we decide I swear that someday I'll tell you without lying, I was born to quit smoking, I was born to quit dying. On that day, not doing heroin will be easy as pissing. On that day, I'll stop talking so much shit about the government, 'cause urine speaks louder than words on a politician or on a prison warden. Urine speaks louder than words. I swear that today I was born to be living, I was born to be singing, I was born to be fighting. But will somebody say, is this resistance or a costume party? Either way, I think black with bandanas is a boring theme. I don't gotta tell ya, crackers are great with amnesia when they wanna forget something like centuries of racism. Say, look at the man on center stage and pay no attention while millions get locked in a cage. Riots break out in Oakland, but urine speaks louder than words on a prison warden or on a BART policeman. Urine speaks louder than words.
Why did my transition not happen automatically? Automatic scene switcher. Give me a second. That was annoying. It's because I did just wake up, dig. All right, macros, intro, 14.25 seconds. Run it in parallel. Scene. Switch scene to full face. There we go. Why did that not? Hey, can we test something? I'll be right back. There we go. Cool. Don't know why that got reset, but anyway. All right, so everybody just has to go through their new first message on the channel. All right, you saw I said it early on in chat if you were here for it. Just deal with it. That's your new welcome message. It's not for you fuckwits. It's for everybody new that walks in that doesn't read the goddamn about section. All right, so everybody who's just a regular is going to have to put up with their first fucking bot message, and then you don't have to see it again until someone new walks in the fucking door and says something. So I have a lot of features to roll out, actually. There has been, there's minor changes for you guys. There are massive changes behind the scenes for the rollout on my side. I have what I'm calling Chat Plus on my side now. I have a much more advanced chat system integrated into OBS itself. It's a whole fucking vibe. It is legitimately rebuilt from the ground up. It is smarter. It's working on multiple platforms. It knows which platform it's working on even. So if somebody requests something from the YouTube side, it doesn't just put it into both Twitch and YouTube and duplicate the messages. There's a logic applied. It's like, oh shit, YouTube replies over there. It'll appear on the screen, of course, but Twitch users, it won't appear in your Twitch chat. If somebody's talking on the YouTube side, I can't route that into Twitch for you, but it will be on the screen for you. All of the standard stuff still works for you. We'll get to testing here in a second. Just bear with me, please. I put like 30 fucking hours and a lot, like blood, sweat, and tears into this. So just bear with me. Let me do this at my pace and tell you about what you need to be told about, sort of things, right? Everything works pretty much the same for you on your side. There shouldn't be too many changes that you guys have to adapt to at all. The issue of things not being on certain screens has been resolved almost entirely, save one thing, and it's not because I couldn't put it on multiple screens, it's because I only wanted it on one screen. But all of the on-screen effects, all of the stuff that it has running around, all of the alerts have been built from ground up again. Like I said, literally everything got rebuilt, including OBS scenes. OBS got upgraded. I did it all. So now everything carries through. It carries through transitions even. So like if we're on the browser screen and an alert kicks off, then and I transfer back to full face, the alert's just going to carry through the transition with us. All of that sort of stuff is if Haz is over here running on the fucking sidewall here and I switch over to browser, he'll be continuing the run right through it. There's no switch. All of the on-screen effects will just carry through. I have figured out a way to like make those all, they're sort of independent things, even though I'm not going to get into the technical details of it all. Let's just all of the on-screen effects are for the most part available. Subby had to be rebuilt entirely. The scripting logic behind Subby was built into the bot system that I was using, so I had to rebuild Subby entirely. There is some newness to Subby. I did punch it up a little bit. Fucking couldn't wait, could you? Couldn't wait. Wait for the controller, look for the controller. The controller now spins rather than just going off. I have rotational axes to work with. Okay. So follow age should work just out of the gate now. There should be there shouldn't be like an API delay anymore that happens with that. That should just happen. There are shout out commands now. The follow age should just work automatically. You now have a watch streak command as well as a watch time command. The watch time has started now, basically. Sorry, I can't account for your 4 years that you've been here. But with bot 2.0, it is now keeping track of all of you. Everything is being kept track of, how it down to the like minute that you're here sort of thing. So it's watching you. The bot is a big brother. So that watch time is available, watch streak is available. Big Kai government. So you have all of that. You have, like I said, the shout out command you can use. It works at SO as well as shout out. We'll get to command structures and stuff in a second. I demoed last week for you guys the clip feature and the grab Kai and grab chat features. Those are still a thing. They're still integrated. Exclamation clip will drop a 30-second clip. All of this goes into show clips on the Discord server. Grab chat will grab an image will grab chat as an image and drop it there. And grab Kai will grab me and put the camera feed directly into chat. Into Discord server. So let's get to the new features. You fuckwits. None of you deserve any of this. So, does anybody have a copy pasta that they're particularly fond of? Does anybody have something that they would like to volunteer? Some sort of mission statement, some sort of shout into the void that they would like to volunteer. As I said, everybody's just going to have to go through that. Okay. Kvass. Only Kvass. All right. We'll get around to it. This is on heavy cooldown. So Kvass, that statement that you just put into chat, I want you to type exclamation tits, TITS, and then put that statement into chat, please. You fucked up the command structure, Kvass. You put exclamation space tits. Wait, are you... Hold on. Viewers. Voss. No, you're good standing. Why did that not work? It didn't even grab it. Give me 1 sec. Ooh, I hate that. Give me a second. This is why we beta test. Cool. All right. Capture the window. Thank you. Platforms, YouTube. Oh, God damn it. Yes, Kavas, you are in good standing. Okay, that's monitored. All right. Cues are all queued. Yes. Cast. They all go into show clips on Discord. Okay. Let me check my integration here. Okay. Gating is fine. Eventing is fine. Queuing. All right. I am going to try it. I'm gonna steal your command. Holy shit. I can't show you guys what I have on my side, but holy fuck. Oh, it's amazing. All right, let's try this. Hold on. Now, why isn't that working? That didn't even get passed off. Oh. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. Just chat. Why is that not connected to itself? What am I missing? What am I forgetting to do? Oh, there it is. God damn it. We have solved it. We have solved it. Yes. We have solved it. It should not be an issue in the future. Okay. Kavas. Hold on. Let me just double check. Yes. Kavas, same thing as before, exclamation tits, place whatever you want.
Boss residue has decided to say all statements are true in some sense, false in some sense, meaningless in some sense, true and false in some sense, true and meaningless in some sense, false and meaningless in some sense, and true and false and meaningless in some sense.
Tits is TTS. Yes, it's text to speech. It is on a very heavy cooldown. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the cooldown is. Individual users. You absolutely you'll basically get to be able to use it once per stream sort of situation. Individual users, and then the cooldown for it itself is very heavy as well. I do not want that becoming a huge thing, but it does exist. Okay. We'll see how the cooldown works on this next one. Exclamation Kaibot. Kaibot. Feel free to ask it a question. Ask it what politics is. Do whatever you're gonna do. Exclamation Kaibot. That's how you ask it a question. That's how you talk to it. And yeah, it is. Give it a sec. It takes, I've got it on a slight delay. Just to keep processing times down, but it is on board. Yes, that LLM is happening locally. We're not paying per unit of use or whatever. That got processed locally. That's a local LLM on system. And now I get to demonstrate a feature I have wanted for ages. I have wanted this feature, and this feature is you see. Okay, so it's kind of like there's a couple of pieces of software that I've seen streamers do it, but I've seen streamers do it, but only like higher end streamers usually, or those that are running some shitty onboard, like maybe Streamlabs. Kaibot is on a cooldown. Not everybody gets to use Kaibot immediately. Like that's how that works. Oh, wrong one entirely. Yep. So it's set so that you can't hammer it. As I was saying, there is a feature I have wanted for quite some time, and now that I have what I'm calling Chat Plus, like I said, if you could see, I can customize my chat like on my side, as in like I can customize. Like I have hover windows that I can then do stuff with, which allow me to inject a command via integration, via like backend integration, so I can basically tell the bot to do a thing from the chat window using the chat window and its contents. And that allows me to then pass that information into OBS. And so I say all of this for the purposes of doing this. I know for you, it's probably not a big deal, but for me, like I said, I've wanted this feature for quite some time. I hope you appreciate the hand-drawn aesthetic. So I can pin messages. I went for a hand-drawn punk aesthetic. I don't, just, hope you appreciate it. But we can pin messages on the screen. So I can address something out of chat. It can just, so we don't lose it in chat. And yeah. Yeah, it is. This is a feature that I've wanted for a couple of years, honestly. And having the ability to do it required so much to do that. You have no idea what that takes. That takes a lot of work. If there's not like some third party system running your shit, right? Doing that was not easy. It's not an easy thing to do that. Yeah. So I'm gonna just remove it now. So now, with all of that said, as I said, I'm generous to a fault if there ever was. If you use exclamation commands and you spell it correctly, you might get something. For those that don't necessarily want to do it themselves, here's what commands will get you. A handy dandy laid out chart infographic with all of the commands available to you, laid out so that even you fuckers can understand it, I hope. So that's all of your commands available to you. I am Caboose. So there is one thing that we'll have to test. There's no way for me to test it when I'm scripting it.
This is who you call. This is who you call, Tina.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. I have a feeling. Hold on. Yeah, good. Zen, I need to do tubing. There we go. I need to add you guys to groups. You were not here when I started grouping everybody. All right. There's that. Cool. Cody. There. Okay. Cool. No, the Kamala meme is oh, yeah, it just didn't make the list. It's on there. It's still Let's Go Brandon. Yeah, it just didn't make the list. It gets to be hidden. It's the one that gets to be hidden. I transcribed them by hand to a fucking text list and then worked off of that when developing the graphics. So, is that on screen? Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Man's on screen. Is it Brandon? Did we just do exclamation Brandon before? Okay. Okay, now. Okay. Feel free to try it now. Okay.
Let's go, Brandon. Hey, hey.
Also, the reason command didn't get executed is because it just got executed within 60 seconds. All right. Let's see. That's all that. That's all that. That's all that. So the thing that we can't, that I can't test in development is the timeout command. There's no way for me to test that offline independently. Shadow, it's Zippy didn't hesitate. Zippy didn't hesitate. Got volunteered, and Zippy's like, "I." It worked. Now somebody untime out got punk. Exclamation untime out. Ooh, okay. I have a typo in that. Where's my moderation cue? There we go. Untime out. There we go. Cool. That's simple. Simple to fix. Got should be back. That is fixed. Okay, cool. All right, it works. It works. So, YouTube users, you can time out on YouTube. Here's the trick. You can't untime out on YouTube. That's not a feature. Once you time someone out on YouTube, they're just timed out. There's no undoing it. There is no veto for YouTube. YouTube does not believe in redemption. So that is how it is. Marcus, go to YouTube. There are no cross-platform timeouts. That is correct. You to time someone out, you need to be on the platform that they are talking on. You will be able to see it as evidenced by Wolf's Den over here. Wolf is on YouTube right now. You can see. So Twitch users would not be able to time Wolf's Den out over on YouTube. But yes, that's how that works. So timeout only works on the platform that you're typing it into, and you cannot untime anybody out on YouTube. That feature just doesn't exist. There's no way for me to code it. I cannot do it. Yes. So the timeout feature, so you guys know, I put this into the commons when I was done with it, but Zen has just timed themselves out. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let me just check something really quickly as well. Okay. Wolf's Den was trying to time themselves out. Viewer, hold on. I didn't, Wolf, I just didn't have your YouTube account as in good standing yet. You've been added to the list. It's now available to you. The command structure is now available to you on Zen. On YouTube. Like I said, I'm done. The shit is finally rolled out. I cannot convey to you how, like, yeah. Yeah, that's a 10-minute permanent timeout. Can't do shit about it. Oh, I need to change that message. Moderation, Twitch, YouTube timeout, heads up. Just decide to time you out for 10 minutes. There we go. And that way they know how long it's for. But okay, the Twitch one already has it. There's a 200 character limit on YouTube chat messages. There is a 500 character limit on Twitch. Ugh. it's set to the correct amount of seconds. The duration should be 600 seconds. So something is weird with YouTube's timeout. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Their moderation features are hot garbage. They are. I'm not too terribly surprised by that just not working. Let me check my execution queue. Action history, YouTube timeout. Okay. User execution, Wolf's Den, blah blah blah. You should see the fight here. I'll like there. This is like literally like this is my for that executed command. Here's my variables list. Like I get all of it. So that's what I'm checking. Let's see. I'll have to check it off air. I'll check it off air. Can you use photo? You mean PFPs? You mean profile pictures on YouTube? Hell, you can use them on you can use them on fucking Twitch too. I've taken them away. No. I could have put every single fucking chat message with your profile picture on it. I did fix the browser chat. I redesigned the browser chat from the fucking ground up, basically. And so now it has the backing on it that I wanted in the first place. So you guys can see that there's going to be I fixed the formatting. So now you're not just getting lost in the text when there's text down there. But yeah, the messages will be up for 7 seconds, I think is what I set it as. So that is what it is. Yeah. See, now you don't get lost down there. It's better formatted. I know it's difficult to see. There's even a slightly rounded corner. I've, did things to it. Let's see. Hold on. Where's my variable list? There's my variable list. Persisted user variables. There we go. Right. Let's see. Where is... Okay. Cool. Somebody try watch time. That's on cooldown immediately. Hold on. Watch time. Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be. Oh, it's because it doesn't work on YouTube. Sorry. Let me see if I can. You know what? I'll look into making it work on YouTube. I'll look into work. YouTube's API doesn't provide you with like a lot of information. No, follow age doesn't either. No. No, those are Twitch commands. Yeah, if you check the commands list, like you literally can see those are just, I've got them just marked as Twitch. Yeah, like YouTube doesn't give you shit to work with as a back-end developer, really. The amount of the lack or the amount or lack thereof of like API interactions and like calls and integrations that you can make with YouTube are shockingly sparse when compared to Twitch. Actually, Twitch has a lot of features when compared to YouTube, like a lot. Yeah. Their API call list is fucking miles long compared to YouTube's. The commands, that's exclamation commands. It's hosted on my website. Yeah, if you just do exclamation commands, it'll pop it open in chat for you. Okay. Another person that I recognize their name. All right. Spaghetti, had to add you. Bravo, had to add you. All right, I think. All right. Fucking, the way the commands work is they're all structured. Not all of them. Some of them, like, okay. So the commands that do stuff that interact with stream, right? Like all of the sound ones and the on-screen graphics and the apps, all of these are restricted to good standing, the good standing group. There's essentially a user group that they all check off of. It's a permissions list. And so, like, this all is people we know. These are the regulars. You guys get access to this. This bypasses the Twitch channel points bullshit, gamification. So if you use one of these and it doesn't work for you, be sure to let me know. You're probably just not in the group and I didn't get you added, sort of situation. These absolutely are like, yeah. These all work no matter what. These aren't doing group checks. These are all informative. They're the ones that, you guys put in for newcomers, the, fucking tent poles and stuff like that. And so all of these will work for anybody in chat. But yeah, all of this sort of stuff that interacts with chat.
That's how I step on liberals.
All requires a permissions check on the back end. So I have to manually like add you to the group. We started filling the group out on Friday when I started rolling the new bot structure out. But yeah, if it doesn't work, it's just chances are that you're not in the group and I just need to add you. So, all right.
You speak Spanish?
Speak of the Spanish. You can't sit with us. Okay. Oh, hey, Kimberly. Let me, that's another name I recognize. You know what? Fine. All right. Cool.
I hate life.
I hate life. Yeah. So, like I said, everybody needs to get their welcome message. Hey, Crimson. Everybody needs to get their fucking welcome message for the first time. So, fun fact, Cappy is the one on screen that does not work on any other screen. But if you trigger it on another screen, what will happen is Cappy will visit you in chat and tell you, hey, I just wanted to stop by and say hi, that sort of thing. And then a Cappy emote will be put in chat. But Cappy does not appear on any other screen than this screen. That is the one on-screen graphic that doesn't carry. All of the rest will carry through transitions, will be on all of the screens, whether I'm doing a top screen or this or whatever. It all works across, it's all scene agnostic now. Cappy's on cooldown now. Yep. Yeah, everything has at minimum a 30-second cooldown. Everything has a minimum 30-second cooldown. That way, except for like chat commands, some of them. Some of them don't have, but most commands have a minimum 30-second cooldown on them. I honestly, yeah, it was a lot of fucking work. It was legitimately. I'm not gonna fucking blow smoke for you guys. It was legitimately a lot of fucking work. Rebuilding the bot system from the ground up. Yeah. But it gave me access to some features that I have wanted for a long time, and now I can programmatically, I can go in and just like write actual C# code, like inline, for this system. So if something needs something more than just scripting, I could go in and do actual programming. Trust me, C# will make you feel filthy and dirty, but I can actually go in and program stuff to get done. And because of the like huge amount of sort of UDP, HTTP, and WebSocket integration that I have on the back end, basically I can pass anything from anything. So I can just move information from this over to the intermediary to this, to, that sort of thing. And that's what gives me, the ability now to do stuff like, this. It will absolutely just, I can pull from my on-screen chat, not over here, but over further. Like I said, my chat plus, I have integrated a different docking, it's a different dock into OBS, and that is like more than. And it's the unified chat for all of the platforms. Plus it tells me all of the stuff, but also I can customize it. So like I can hover over a chat message and grab and just pin a message, which is what that does. And then it takes that message, kicks it through it kicks it over to the bot basically. And then the bot kicks it back to OBS. It's technically, it's all a thing. Yeah, but that's a feature I've wanted for an absurdly long amount of time. I can't tell you how satisfied. I know you guys, that thing, frankly, is, and I didn't know what I went through a couple iterations of what I wanted the on-screen graphic to be. You can see here that part of it's like, you can see it's not, you can see through the top one. The bottom layer, where the name goes, has some opacity to it. So you guys can see over there, where Yeah, for fucking fairy e-fairies fucking name is. There's opacity there, but also like you can see through it. Like it is literally scribbled. Like it's literally just a box scribbled in, yeah, sort of situation, but vector. And yeah, shitty flames. I went through some like professional stuff. I went through like, you know, sort of like infographic, like I did for the commands, right? Like I did for the fucking command structure. I kind of went through like infographic territory. I went through like a more traditional sort of dialogue territory. I didn't, and I was like, you know what? I know I want to continue the bisexual lighting thing. All right. The bisexual lighting theme I want to hold. And I was like, okay, so if I'm keeping bisexual lighting, let's try something a little more punk rock. And so I started with the font. That's an experience a lot of designers understand. I started with the font. I started playing with like where you see the font for the username. I started playing with like graffiti fonts for the main text and found it doesn't work because you can't really properly read it. You want clarity in that. So I switched that font over to the chat font. That's the same font. And then I was like, okay, so where do I want to go from here? I need a background. And I went through, like I said, several iterations until I decided that the punk rock aesthetic might be appropriate. It might be workable. And so, yeah, that's how you end up with a literally, like you can see, like you can see through it and that sort of thing. Like it is literally scribbled in, like it is filled in by scribbling, not by like a proper square. This is quite literally just like a scribbled together fucking square. That's how that is working, just in a vector process instead, so I can scale it infinitely. And then just, you know, some flourishes and some flares, and yeah, I think it works. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck, go. Yeah, shadow, like magic marker, like straight punk rock aesthetic. Maybe I had punk on the mind because we had talked about like dog park dissidents and stuff, I guess, maybe somewhere in the back. That's how that goes. So you have access to a local LLM, you have access to TTS, you have access to full command structure, you have a customized graphic so that you guys know you can pull up your commands list in case you forget what's available to you. And now we have multi-platform streaming capacity, and integrated chat systems therein. Does anybody remember why we started doing this? Does anybody remember why I did all of this? No spaghetti. It is an ADHD. Although I will admit the hyper focus got me through some shit. No. We did this. There it is. Hey, Caleb. There's your, and okay, there's your first messages. Don't worry, you just need to get through your first messages. Caboose is correct because Twitch might start with the hunting. It is any criticism of Israel is being hunted at this point. So it's getting weird up in here. And yeah, there are streamers who are making it their life's mission to make any criticism of Israel to be vilified as anti-Semitism. There's Congress people involved. NBC's reporting on it now. It's a whole thing. So we wanted to be able to make sure that we could, hey, suckle. We want to make sure that we could stream to, say, like YouTube, and at the same time, yes, we just wanted to make sure that just in case things get a little too weird, we can deal with it. Okay, text is here. Oh, I think Caleb was here when we started setting up. No, okay, there we go. Let me open that channel. There we go. Hey, you've been over a year and a half though, Suckle. You are with only 46 messages. Not our most prolific lurker, Suckle, but definitely probably top 20. So let me add you to the good standing group. All right, I added text. Okay. Oh yeah. Already added on that one. Cool. Because God forbid we don't want brown kids disintegrated for someone else's transgressions. I have, do you have to do anything to bail to, do we have anything to bail to besides YouTube and Discord? Crimson, technically yes, technically no. One thing I don't really want to talk about, it's definitely like an emergency backup sort of situation. I mean, Discord lets like active, like the amount of shit that it will be fine. But yeah, I have been basically crash coursing myself on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, while I was doing all of this, while I was listening to preeminent historians, you know, Pape and shit like that. But also, I have seen more like Qassam Brigade footage in the last 72 hours than I honestly, McCarthy, a lot of McCarthy. Yeah, I have, like I said, I've been crash coursing myself on this matter, trying to prepare myself just in case. So I know Che and Fertus had started. I don't know where they are in the process of the cheat sheet. Looks like it's probably going to be about 3 pages. So that will be community accessible as well. It'll be like talking points and that sort of thing. And so like numbers, statistics, groups, names, that sort of thing. So if you want to talk about this subject, third rail subject, you have talking points. YouTube doesn't seem to give a shit. YouTube does not seem to give two shits about any of this. The amount of IDF soldiers I have seen killed on YouTube. Okay, so one, let's talk about this. All right. Israel's casualty numbers are completely fake. They're completely fake. Like, just fake. They're just, that number is just made up. I've seen more people killed than their casualty numbers make up. Like, legitimately. Like, just spend 24 hours on Twitter and 24 hours on YouTube looking at this particular conflict, you will see more IDF soldiers fucking murked than their numbers allow for. Just straight up. Like that number is just made up. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That number has just been decided by a propaganda wing. Cody, teenagers and 32-year-olds that have been doing ketamine and partying at raves in Tel Aviv for the past 5 years. I've also, one of the other things I was doing was listening to professional soldiers talk about it. And they don't have good things to say about the IDF. They don't. They're like, dude, they're a bunch of morons. Even their spec ops, like their commando units, are dumb as fuck, apparently. Yeah, a 21-year-old died as a major. There was a 21-year-old who died, and he was a major. Like, it was insane. Yes. Yeah, there was a 21-year-old major who died in the IDF. He was a captain before he died, and the IDF promotes people after they die. It's apparently a common practice for them. So they inflate the rank post-mortem. So he died a captain and then got promoted to a major in death. That's apparently a fairly common practice for them. So yeah, it was a 21-year-old major that got murked. One of the stories, that was told, by a former spec ops, US spec ops, actual spec ops, guys, was about, Israeli commandos doing a forward observation, running a forward observation ops in southern Lebanon, where they, okay, so like in Gaza, let's roll this back for a second. In Gaza, they haven't been able to really, they don't operate with impunity in Gaza. They bomb with impunity. But the minute that they do any dismounted operations, they get pwned. And there's plenty of fucking evidence to show this. Like, actual first-hand footage evidence, right? They do not control the ground in Gaza at all. Like, at all. And so what you find is and that they're dealing with like a ragtag resistance group. Okay, that's Gaza. They're dealing with a ragtag resistance group. Any minute they deal with any infantry operations, they get pwned. Straight up. The Qassam Brigade, which is one of the other major operating groups in and around Gaza and in and around Palestine. The Qassam Brigade regularly uploads their content. They have bespoke, handmade, uprated, essentially 50 caliber rifles. They're technically a 57 caliber rifle. So like think 50 BMG, so like a Barrett 50 BMG, but a little heavier, little bigger caliber. They make them themselves. And it's technically an anti-mat round. It's technically an anti-mat gun. It's about the size of a 6-foot person. They make them there. They are made in country. They're called a ghoul. They're called a ghoul. That is the name of the rifle. It's a ghoul. And I have seen it tumble a person. It regularly punches through lines of infantry. If they get a line of 2 of them or 3 of them, they'll just fire right into like the line of them, and it will drop 2 fuckers instantly. I have seen it tumble a person. Like straight up. It is technically an anti-tank round. And I have seen a dude like after he got tapped by that thing. So that's the guerrilla operations. Okay. So that like the IDF, if they step outside their vehicles, they are subject to the whim of, and Wobble's plate armor does not, it literally does nothing. It just, plate armor adds an extra sound effect when it hits it. That's about it. Yeah, no, it just right through. I've legitimately seen it go through two dudes, plated up, just fine, dropped them both. Yeah, no, it's an impressive gun. It is an impressive gun. It's technically an anti-mat round. Yeah, it will just right through. I'm sure there's like an extra something. But so the IDF does not control the ground in any way, shape, or form in Gaza. Now, I say all of this so that we can talk about their commando units. All right. So their regular units are not used to, they're a conscript army. Like, remember, the IDF is a conscript army. They're not professional soldiers. They're not professional soldiers. They're random fucking teenagers and late 20-somethings and early 30-somethings that have been doing, like I said, ketamine at raves in Tel Aviv up until recently. They have no unit cohesion. They have no real experience. They're not in combat shape. Like, you can say what you want about our military and the hegemony and the empire and other examples of this, like, you know, the UK or fucking whoever else, right? But we maintain a professional soldier army, right? They're constantly training together. They have unit cohesion. They have a level of physical activity necessary for combat. So when you see the IDF doing dismounted operations, they're not in combat shape. They can't huck a rucksack for 10 clicks, right? They're not going to lug that rucksack with a full combat load for 10 clicks. They can't get over a wall with it. Like, there's actual footage. I'm not like memeing. I'm not saying this, like, there's footage of IDF soldiers just not being able to get over a fucking wall with their rucksack on. It's that sort of thing. They're not in combat shape. This is a conscript army that has no unit cohesion, and they don't know what they're doing. And so when they're doing dismounted operations, they're completely subject to real guerrilla fighters, real resistance fighters, people who have fucking skin in the game, right? The Israelis are willing to kill for this land. They're not usually willing to die for it, right? That's a big motivational difference. Now, I say all of this to share this next anecdote. When they started operating in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah are professional soldiers. They are. Hezbollah self-manufactures. Hezbollah has supply lines run to Russia and Iran and China and all of the surrounding regions. They have bespoke munitions. They can self-manufacture missiles, not just fucking an RPG. They can self-manufacture missiles, and they have aerial systems. They can do aerial strikes, drones that can shoot missiles. They've got communications networks, and they're dug the fuck in. They have bespoke sniper teams that operate in high altitude, white weather fucking climates. Those mountains that the Israelis are going to have to get by that they haven't even made it close to yet, the Hezbollah will make them really, really hurt in that region. It will be a hit and run guerrilla operation using sniper teams that live there. They will be fucked. All right. Hezbollah has dealt with Israel before. They've done this several times. They know exactly what their tactics are. They know exactly what they're doing. So with that said, all right, so the IDF is a conscript army who doesn't really know what they're doing and rely heavily on Western technology, right? So What about Israel's few professional soldiers? Because they do have commando units. They do have professional soldiers who do this. Well, they sent one of their Spec Ops commando teams into a forward observational op in southern Lebanon. Full commando squad. High bed. That's the term that I've learned recently, or an H bed. House-born or house-based IED. They lured them into a building to sweep it, the whole commando squad, and then detonated the H-bed. They squad wiped. Hezbollah squad wiped an entire commando unit. Just one go. Yeah. That's the IDF's professional soldiers. They got squad wiped. Now, it happens. Spec Ops teams get taken out. What really tells you about an organization is how they react to that. What did the IDF do? What did the IDF do? This is the difference between us, the UK, even Russia, really. This is the difference between the IDF and professional militaries, right? What did they do, right? What do? They slowed down. They pulled back. Operational tempo. You take out a team of SEALs or a team of Army Rangers, operational tempo increases. Meaning we're going to send more, we're going to send faster, we're going to increase pressure, we're going to hit back. What did they do when they got squad wiped? They withdrew from the area. They ceded the ground. That tells you a lot about the IDF. That tells you what's going on. They don't have the stomach for it. They don't have the talent for it. They don't have the knowledge for it. And so, yeah, it is hobby war. Yeah, they are fine dropping 2,000-pound munitions onto civilian centers. They're always Spec Ops. What they're not fine doing is dismounted operations in a terrain that is the native terrain of a dug-in professional military who has encountered them before. So this saber rattling they're doing with, hey, thanks for that follow. That saber rattling that they're doing towards Hezbollah is really interesting. That's why they're trying to apply pressure using, I think, Saudi-backed, one of the Saudi-backed parties as well. Like they're trying to apply internal political pressures against Hezbollah because they know they can't deal with them militarily. They're not a ragtag group of civilians who are going to get a building blown up on them. Some of the munitions I've seen, some of the kinetic weapons I've seen that Hezbollah can deliver, I've seen entire missile batteries pop up out of the ground. Like some proper shit. Like some proper shit that you'd be like, I don't know what I want to tell you, man. That entire missile battery just popped up out of the ground. They have shit. This is not some like backwoods fucking guerrilla force. This is a military with actual hardware. So like, yeah, All right, hold on. Let me add a couple of these people I recognize. Okay. Oh. Yeah. So yeah. Cody, yeah, to a certain extent. So in the meantime, the last oh yeah. Nah, it fucking wobbles like that. Dude, fucking Israel flew missiles in and they couldn't get them to land in Iran. The Iranian dome is like intact. Yeah, from what I've seen, just militarily speaking, the Israeli Iron Dome ain't so much. It's rusted. That shit's rusted and got some fucking holes. All right, let's just put it that way. The Iranian dome seems pretty fucking intact. I gotta tell you, like they didn't seem to land a hit. So what I've been seeing is for the past basically 3 months, Hezbollah has been carving a highway into Israel. They haven't used it. Okay, they've used it, but not in the way that I'm going to. Okay, just give me a second. Hezbollah basically spent the last 3 months destroying every listening post, every observation post, blowing up multiple command centers, like actual operation centers, not some temporary bullshit like there was the 91st Infantry, the 91st Mechanized, I think, had an HQ. They just reached out and fucking blew that up. Like, just gone. There's footage from fucking Israelis of the line of ambulances that was sent to that facility. Like, just down the road sort of situation. They just took that place out. Israel put up like Zeppelins and like balloon-based reconnaissance observation posts. They brought them down. There's footage of them taking those out. They document everything. It's out there if you want to find it. And Hezbollah basically carved a highway into Israel along that disputed area where all of those settlers keep pushing forward. And using that highway for the past 3 months, what they've been doing is basically lighting all of the settlements on fire. Using those pine trees that you know how the settlers cut down all of the olive trees and they plant European coniferous pines that catch fire really easily? They've been lighting those on fire and driving out settlers. Entire settlements have been had to have been relocated by the Israeli government at this point. In fact, one of them, they had to evacuate something like 30,000 people, and they're all in hotels. They carved their way through their air defense system, their surveillance systems, and then they just launch fucking mortars basically into these pine forests that all of the settlements have been planting, and they burn them out. Deprogrammer, we're taking a neutral stance on these matters. I'm merely discussing the nature of the combat itself. So they are weaponizing the trees that they have been using to replace the indigenous flora with. One of those settlements, look, Hebrew names. Look, you know how I am with names. I don't record names really. So one of those names is the Hebrew name. It's 2 words. That's all I can tell you. Are sort of like, they were one of the frontline ones that Hezbollah has just taken out. Basically, they burned it. There's footage of the welcome sign out front on the road of the welcome to this settlement sign is melted. Like, it's melted. They burned them. Like, they burned the whole fucking place. They literally, they surrounded their entire village with fucking pines, basically. And Hezbollah just went through and lit it on fire. And so they drove them out. They all had to be relocated by the Israeli government. And the settlers are a part of a group that is looking to break away from Israel. They want to, there's a group that wants to establish what they call Greater Judea as its own independent nation state, because they feel that Israel is not paying enough attention to the settlements and is paying too much time to trying to conduct an ethnic cleansing in Gaza. And thus they feel that Israel has abandoned them in the actual frontline war. And so they are trying to do a breakaway state called the Greater Judea. And there's a bunch of settlers that are sort of a part of this movement because they feel that Israel is doing too much genocide there and not enough genocide there. And they feel abandoned. And so, yeah, there's already these sort of like breakaway groups that are splintering and drawing attention and pulling resources and causing this sort of fractional view if you're trying to manage this top-down system. And all the while, you have groups like Qassam Brigade and you've got Hezbollah, that just working them. Are there any historical parallels for this? Actually, we have a few, Cupcake. Arguably, like the state of Jefferson could possibly be. There was a whole bunch of like during the Old West sort of times, there was that sort of thing when we were still sort of not a fully formed country with 50 states, where states were more nebulous and you were getting attacks from the indigenous population still, and Mexico was striking, and it was all sort of it was very fluid movement. There's a few parallels that could be drawn there. So like, yeah. Turns out guerrilla warfare is hard to deal with. Who knew? I know, right? So yeah, like I said, while I was rebuilding the entire bot system from the ground up, OBS, everything, right? I was consuming mad amounts I was sprinting. I wanted to hear from as many fucking experts on this matter, military experts, historical experts, fucking journalists. So I spent basically the whole weekend coding and just consuming footage. I've seen resistance groups like building, executing, and by executing I mean like executing an operation, not people in particular. From what I've seen, and this is purely anecdotal, but from what I've seen, the outside of about maybe 35 war crimes that were committed on October 7th proper, outside of that, it seems that the groups operating in and around the region have gone to great lengths, actually, to abide by international law. They operate in a manner that, I mean, me personally, if I were defending my territory, they're much more professional in their engagement than I ever would be, probably. It is astounding the restraint with which I have seen them approach these various things. Very demure. Yeah, it is astounding. So one of the interesting things, if you ever come across footage, especially by the Qassam Brigade, you'll often see, if you've watched any amount of operational footage from the area or the region, you might have come across this. And I learned this weekend. I had no idea. The Qassam Brigade is especially noted for doing this. You'll notice that the end of action footage, operational footage from the area, they film a helicopter. The video ends with a helicopter. And you're just like, oftentimes, like from a Western mind, you're like, is the helicopter going to get shut down? What's the deal? So the helicopter, Israel does not operate helicopters in the area except for one reason, really. Medevac. So the helicopter is proof of casualty. They do not touch the helicopter. The helicopter is medics. They're never. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it happening. They do not even, like, there's not even an AK-47 round shot at them. That is a medical transport, and it is respected as such, but it's proof of casualty. And so that oftentimes Qassam Brigade uses that as a sort of proof. Here's the operation. We wait. Here's the medic. Here's the medevac. Proving casualty. Yeah. And then it flies off. It flies in, flies out. It is an interesting tactic. It's both propaganda-wise as well as sort of it helps them confirm casualty. Like, Israel is literally telegraphing data. They're informing the oppositional actors as to efficacy of operation. And so, yeah, that's oftentimes if you come across enough footage, Camille, I'm not going to necessarily speak on sourcing of especially active combatant footage. It's an interesting methodology of, like, yeah. Wolf, almost guaranteed. Yeah. Or at least somebody was so critical that they needed to medevac them out. Yeah. The Israeli casualty numbers are bunk. They're bunk. I'd tack on probably 2 zeros. Ilian Pape is probably a good place to start. He's literally considered like a virtuoso historian. He has written the definitive history. Here's ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Good place to start. He has 25 books now on the topic. He's probably got the definitive telling of it. He did get chased out of Israel. He was unable to continue his work in Israel. That's probably like that's your tentpole. Start there. He's pretty definitive on the topic. It is. Their numbers are completely just made up. They're just made up. I'd tack 2 zeros on probably if you wanted an estimate. I have I personally think I've seen more IDF soldiers get killed in video than they admit to, like, having been killed. Like, I legitimately think I've seen more than the number at this point. It's kind of insane. I saw the so they have an in-country in theater modified rocket system that is, they call it a red arrow. If you've watched any amount of footage, you know why. They call it a red arrow. It's technically a modified Chinese system, as I understand. So they've basically been importing like Chinese, like, rocket propelled systems and launchers and that sort of thing. And it has I think it's probably a fly-by-wire guidance system attached to it based on its movement patterns. But I watched an IDF APC roll into an operational area, dismount. Infantry comes out. You see the hatch open. Two guys come out the back. They're doing sort of like pre-operation observation and like notation. You can see them sort of like doing the assessment of the area while the rest of the crew waits inside, mounting up, that sort of stuff, probably doing equipment checks before they do whatever they do. And they launched 2 fucking rockets at them. The APC had the back hatch open and 2 dudes were standing there right outside the back of it. And they just double tapped it with missiles that are, rockets that are the size of your fucking leg. Basically, like, these are, like, it's Kaiser, no, bad Kaiser. We're not fucking ranking them. We're not fucking, like, applying, no, bad. Is that not? God damn it. And so, like, they double tapped an APC with like rockets that are the size of your fucking leg. They just straight up. It's gonna bother me. Why does that not work? I'll figure it out later. There. Yeah. So wobbles. That is why it's called the red arrow. Is because of the propaganda technique of ding, 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 highlight that. And so like there's a driver, there's a gunner, there's 2 dudes out the back. There's probably, hey, T minus. Yeah. You. Sure you're already in good standing. There we go. And there's probably 4 more dudes inside. Like, minimum 8. Minimum 8. Right? If I do, hold on, let me do. There we go. Now let me try this. It did. It just doesn't get purged. Oh. I'll have to address that. So, like, it's at a point where I don't see Israel surviving this. I'm starting to develop a sense of like, because look, I mean, who amongst us are familiar with the internal political workings of Israel, right? Like, anybody been keeping up on which factions are working against and working for, right? Like, I'm starting to struggle seeing Israel maintain itself. It's starting to develop those like failed state tendencies that are very difficult to wind the clock back on. It's very difficult to like grab ground once you start exhibiting some of those factional tendencies. The latest numbers, 600,000 people have left that could leave. We're talking the middle class and upper middle class, the engineers, the doctors, the lawyers, the tech sector, those sorts of people. The 600,000 is the like the most reasonable number we have on the matter so far. The ones that could leave, that have dual citizenship already, that have job offers elsewhere, they're gone. Yeah. The ones who are very pragmatic about like, what will this be? What will this be like for my children and my grandchildren, my great grandchildren? Sort of those people. Yep, they're leaving. They're leaving in droves. Israel has Israel got downgraded by Moody's and the other one. To a double downgrade. They're right above junk status right now. So any money they borrow at a national level is going to cost them a lot. Their economy is marked to grow. None. Just none. Standard & Poor's. Yes. S&P. Fucking their economy is marked to grow. Literally none. They are seeing money pull out to the tune of billions, because even companies like Oracle, who have pro-Zionist boards of directors, the directors on the Oracle board are all like pro-Zionist fucking directors. They have no problem with Israel whatsoever. What they have a problem with is regional instability. They don't want to build a $500 million tech center somewhere that they're going to have to staff with military just to like shuttle in and out fucking personnel. So recently, Oracle pulled out. They were going to do a whole project in Israel. They're like, yeah, we can't do it. It's not a secure region. So you're seeing entire countries, that the countries that aren't sort of part of the hegemonic imperial core, Germany, UK, America, that sort of thing. Countries that aren't a part of that are starting to divest entirely. Spain's a very notable one. Spain recently cut them off basically entirely. They're not buying from them. They canceled all of their weapons orders, and they're not selling to them. So yeah, Spain is heavily divesting themselves of anything Israel. And you're seeing that more and more, across the board. So like you're starting to see these effects stack up. It's death by 1,000 cuts sort of situation. Without the U.S., Israel would be done in. I've actually seen one of their former deputy ministers of defense, again, names, especially Hebrew names, he said Hezbollah could take Israel in 24 hours if the U.S. didn't support them. This is their own former deputy minister of defense. He said Hezbollah could take this country in 24 hours if we didn't have the U.S. Straight up. That's their own internal diagnostics on the matter. That's their own generals looking at the situation going, we'd be overrun instantly. It's just instantly. There's nothing they have that can't be taken out. There's nothing they have that can't be taken out. Like by all of the ammunition, by the munitions in the region. The UK and Germany, Wallata, probably couldn't mount the necessary logistics to save them if somebody really brought it to bear. If the Syrian, Iraqi, Lebanese, and Iranian groups all coordinated simultaneously and did a push, Germany and the UK probably couldn't help Israel. They wouldn't have the stomach for it because they'd start losing soldiers fast as fuck. I don't want to, like, I'm not like, oh, yay, America. I'm just saying, like, the linchpin here is America. It's the U.S. that's the linchpin in this military design. Without U.S. support, Israel just doesn't exist anymore. It's just straight up. That's why there is such a concerted effort to control the United States political system. That's why there's so much money and human resource put into lobbying on this side of the pond, because this is the linchpin. It really is. The United States is the reason that Israel continues to exist. There's no other reason. So that's why you see such effective means taken within this sphere, is because the United States is the primary. It's a very interesting relationship because it's a bilateral relationship. They are our proxy. We are conducting a proxy war. There's an argument to be made about, like, post-war on terror reticence to engage in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like sort of the post-Vietnam stuff. Like after Vietnam, the United States got a distaste for military engagements, and things like Grenada and stuff got us over that. But for a good couple of decades, the United States after Vietnam was very twitchy. The people did not want to engage. Eventually, the military-industrial complex got them over that, weaned them off of that, and got us back involved in stuff. But after the global war on terror, there's a very, even in conservative circles, this reticence. So, like, dude, we don't want to be over there. We don't want to engage. We don't want to, oh, God. There's this just unwillingness to do it. And so we are doing full-blown proxy war stuff. We're doing it in Africa. We're doing it in the Middle East. We're doing it in, the Pacific theater through the remaining contacts there, the Philippines and South Korea and Japan. We're running proxy wars. That's what we're doing now. We're just, Americans don't have the stomach for another fucking ground invasion. And so they're doing a proxy war. Which is really interesting. Like I said, this is kind of a bilateral thing. It's weird. Or bidirectional thing, because Israel absolutely is a puppet state that is a proxy for the United States hegemonic will within the region, right? But at the same time, Israel has managed to capture to a huge degree the political space of the United States. So it's the tail wags the dog situation, if you're familiar with that phrase. The dog is being wagged by its tail right now, which is weird. But that's this honest evaluation of the state of affairs. Again, as an anarchist, it's easy to step back. It's weird. It's easy to step back from it all. Like the sort of the Israeli argument or the Zionist argument, or even the Jewish argument. It's like, dude, Israel has the right to exist. It's like, no, they don't. No nation state has the right to exist. It's not how that works. No anarchist believes that. Nation states rise and fall based on the whims and consent of and decree of the people within them, even just at a base level. I don't think ideologically and organizationally, I don't think nation states should exist. But like even within the, theoretical operational space of international law, there's no necessity for a particular nation state to exist. There's no innate ontological reason that it gets to exist. It exists only through the consent and decree of the governed, theoretically. Now, I mean, we as anarchists would make several, and I would say effective arguments undermining that whole consent and decree situation, but that argument means nothing, right? It's like, oh, Israel has the right to exist. Why? It doesn't automatically get to exist. No nation state gets to automatically exist just because. Like, that's not a reason. Like, that just doesn't work. That's faulty logic. So you have this entity that is undeniably a proxy for the United States that has spent the better part of several decades, a half a century, really making inroads in the United States, specifically because we are the critical linchpin in the continued existence of that location, in its form and fashion that it has shaped and taken as is. Without the United States' explicit, unique backing of Israel, no other nation state, no other relationship gets this quality of relationship. Nobody. Canada has never gotten this. The UK has never gotten this. Israel has a very specific, special relationship with the United States that is sort of like youngest child sort of territory. Like, they can do no wrong. And that kid is bleeding us dry. Not just monetarily, but honestly, they're not even bleeding us dry monetarily. Like, Israel costs us, grand scheme, nothing, right? What Israel's costing the United States is political capital. That's the big fucking deal on an international stage, right? Like, let's step back as anarchists for a second and leave the anarchism just aside for a second and think about the nature of international affairs, global politics, and how things work as they are, right? Israel is costing the United States massive amounts of political capital, both internally and externally. Internally, we have to, it's a lot. It takes up bandwidth. Internally, if you are a politician who is even moderately critical of Israel, AIPAC will spend millions to get you booted, like straight up. As I understand it, any congressional or senatorial candidate in the United States gets a mailer from AIPAC. It's a questionnaire. And they ask for them to fill it out. If you don't fill it out, they'll just make assumptions. But apparently, they all get a mailer from AIPAC with a questionnaire, and based on the return of that questionnaire is how they will approach and whether they need to spend on finding oppositional candidates and or getting you booted. They're very adversarial in that nature. So they've spent a good amount of political bandwidth internally fighting this fight. Externally, it has cost us it has held the United States in an outmoded view of the region. We do not see the Middle East the way the Middle East is. We see the Middle East the way the Middle East was. And the net result of that was and how Bush wanted it to be. Caveat. Little circle. Under Bush, and then Trump really made this happen. There's this acceptance of the Greater Israel Project, and this sort of like work towards normalization of basically we're going to work with the dictators of the monarchies of the region, normalize relationships there, sweep the Palestinian thing under the rug, allow Israel to do the Greater Israel Project, and attempt to normalize relations between the monarchies and Israel. And you see this, like Saudi Arabia not doing like what they could, Qatar not doing what they could for the Palestinians, like, you know, abdicating responsibility for fellow Arab populations throughout the region when everybody's like, why don't they, you know, that sort of thing. So we've been playing that game. But the way we see it is the way it was and the way we want it to be, not the way it is. And that's in big part due to lobby, but also entrenched United States ignorance and racism. A lot of racism involved in there. And what we're not seeing is the collapse of colonialism. What we're not paying attention to is the collapse of the colonial project. All of those failing nation states throughout the region, Syria's dissolving, right? Libya's dissolving. Like there's just hosts of nation states throughout that region that are just failed states. They're just failed states. Like they are absolutely falling apart. Those are all colonial projects. Those are all European colonial projects. All of those lines, all of those. So what's happening is the failure of empire, the collapse of colonialism. And so you're watching the European project fail throughout the region, and a rollback to a more traditional, workable model for the region. No, Cupcake, probably not. If there's any judge of like sort of models, you're like, this could be weird, but okay, so some of the student groups that have been talking to Pape, it's almost there, Gemma. Exclamation commands, you can see what it's capable of now. Some of the student groups that are talking to Pape are really the window into how the region is attempting to model itself. And you're seeing a sort of very much an eschewing of the nation state model and a reclamation of some of the identitarian natures of the Turkish and Austro-Hungarian empires. Not necessarily the sort of monarchistic imperial bit, but the fluidity of the identities of the groups contained therein and the ability to move throughout region. And so there's this sort of looking back to the last model that worked, right? Like the Westphalian model didn't work. And so they're sort of looking back and saying, okay, what did work? What allowed for Like let's look at the last reset point and sort of pull from that. And is there anything we can take from that? And so, yes, yeah, sort of Ottoman territory. And so they're looking at the sort of expansive empires where a nation state identity wasn't necessarily a thing, right? That your identity was more fluid. It could be tribe, it could be family, it could be area you live in, it could be occupation, it could be how rich you were. All of those sort of intersectionality analyses that we do, sort of at a more broader scale. And so, yeah, there's sort of this, and like religion, yup. There's this sort of look at what it means to be in that region. Sweethearts, I know, right? Crazy. And so, yeah, like that's the window into it, because I mean, we're not on the ground operating in fucking Syria right now, right? How many you so the best window that I've ever known into the like heart and soul of an area is to see what the student groups are saying. What are the student activist groups doing? What are the young ones up to? And it's rare to get tapped into those. So you have to use like lightning rod people, and Pape is a very good lightning rod for that sort of thing. So you can watch, like there's, you know, him doing like online Zoom lectures and shit with them, and Q&As and stuff like that. And you're like, oh shit, there's like a Libyan student group talking to him. And so, yeah, that's the best window I've found into the sort of psyche of the region is that. And yeah, there's a very sort of concerted effort to look back and see what worked, what didn't work, and what can be done about it. Because most of those places, like I said, fucking Libya is a failed state. Syria is a failed state. Like these are colonial projects. I mean, Israel's a failed state. It's a colonial project, right? It's just, it hasn't fallen quite yet. We're looking at 15, 20 years, by the way. Fucking, you're looking at a moderate term for that. Don't expect Israel to collapse in fucking next year. That's not a thing. You're looking at 15, 20 years. Something like that. That's the order of magnitude you're dealing with. So yeah, you're looking at the failure of the colonial project throughout the region. It's just the collapse of empire. And so, yeah, that's the sort of analysis that the United States, at least politically, refuses to engage with. Through a variety of reasons, evangelical base, thanks for the follow. Through the evangelical base, as well as, you know, you have like, was it CFI in the UK? You have APAC here. You have a few other lobbyist groups and that sort of thing. Conservative Friends of Israel. There's a labor-based one as well. I forget the labor one. Maybe LFI. I don't fucking know. So like, there's you know reason, there's religious reason, there's economic reason, there's political reason why the West refuses to engage in a rational, currently minded, clear-eyed analysis of the region. And if they were to like take off the limiters, if they were to take off the blinders, what they'd find is the sort of Chinese model would probably be best. China just deals with all of these people. Well, I mean, we don't have to do Belt and Road, but like, I mean, that's just economic colonialism. But how they go about, they're like, look, we don't give a fuck, man. We're gonna do business with Israel. We're gonna do business with Iran. We're going to do business with fucking Syria. We're going to do business with fucking the UK. We're going to do business with Russia. We're going to do business with, we don't like, and if you understand soft power, then you understand the benefit to that. They're not walling any of these people off. That means they have diplomatic contacts with it. That means they have economic ways of manipulating them if necessary. This is a huge boon to soft power. right? Like, so like the Chinese model, if you're trying to like enact change in a region, the Chinese model is what we used to do. That used to be the US go-to, is like, yeah, they got money, we're good. But we've become more ideologically entrenched due to empire, due to the hegemonic control that we exerted. And again, Israel's cost us a lot of that political capital, like a lot. Don't worry, we've also spent it on other things. It's not entirely their fault. We've been running up the credit card on that. But a huge amount of it went to controlling the Middle East, and trying to engage in this, our own colonial 2.0 project that we were doing over there. And it's failed miserably and spectacularly in multiple ways. But realistically, if we were realists about it, we'd probably depose Netanyahu, and like just deal with it. Like rip the fascist Band-Aid off and just be like, look, here's the deal. No more apartheid. No more any of this bullshit. We're turning it over. The realistic truth and reconciliation process would have to be governed by the Palestinians. Like if you were really doing it, if you were really like, okay, look, we fucked up big time. The truth and reconciliation process would have to be overseen by the Palestinians, their land. And so like it would have to be done that way. And we'd have to just like, okay, so what is the desire? Right? What is the desire? But here's the deal. It's a single state solution. I mean, yeah, Cupcake. South Africa is far, far, far from perfect, right? South Africa's got a ton of problems, but there's really no other way to do it. I don't think there is another way. It's like, look, okay, no more of that. You just can't do that. Don't do that. You're not allowed to do that anymore. And once you get them to stop doing the apartheid state stuff, then you sort of have to turn it over to the oppressed. You have to look to the victim and be like, what do you want to do? How do you want this process to go? What's this look like for you? What does healing look like for you? And then you go from there. So wobbles, of course it was. Of course it was. I mean, not for like a chunk of people, but you know. Yeah. So yeah, it's been really interesting. I feel to personalize this, honestly, just to circle it back around to me, because all things are about me. This weekend was one of the few times in the last few years that I can honestly say I felt like I was firing on all cylinders. I got workouts in. I redesigned the entire technical back end of this entire project that we call Proudly Radical. And I got nearly up to speed on an entire region's politics and history and geopolitical strategies and military strategies. Like I crash coursed the fuck out of it. All while doing something that I've been skilled in my entire life. It was, yeah, like this weekend, I got a lot of shit done. Like I was unbelievably productive. That's adorable. But yeah, the bot thing was super satisfying, getting everything programmed and everything scripted out. Gemma. Want to see the feature that I'm most proud of? We have like LLM access, locally run LLM access, and like TTS and stuff. Like we have all of the fucking things, but you want to see the thing that I am most proud of, Gemma? because this is integrated in what I'm calling Chat Plus, because I integrated a customized chat system into OBS's dock system, which allows me throughput on the back end over to the bot controls and then back into OBS. And it is a feature that I've only seen on like higher end streams that usually are using third party bullshit to get it done. So I will, Gemma, I will use your comment as an example for it. So happy about this feature. I went with the punk rock aesthetic. You can see it's just literally like a scribbled box. I went through multiple iterations of what I wanted the graphics to be and stuff like that. But yeah, we now have pinned comments natively, locally, all control. Oh my God. It's so fucking, I love that. I cannot tell you how much I love that. And that is so goddamn complicated to do. Yeah, it's very aesthetic. Like I said, it's all like hand drawn and scribbled and shit for the punk rock aesthetic. I went through, infographic aesthetic. I went through like default sort of windowed aesthetic. I went through, clean lines. But at the end of the day, yeah, this is what I felt was the coolest. Do it again, get banned. Well, probably timed out. I don't give a shit about banning you, but you'll get timed out. Yeah, that's your warning. There's a plugin that Twitch promoted at one point, but they stopped using it. Yeah, Gemma, it's all just custom fucking. All right, well, there you go. Caboose working on it. The Trump morons are going to be so intolerable. They're going to be so intolerable. And they're incapable of engaging. Let's face it. A Trump supporter is incapable of engaging intellectually in anything. So yeah, they're just going to be spammy little meme lords for the next 48 hours. God damn it. Yeah, tomorrow's a night stream. No, it won't end with tomorrow night, for fuck's sake. No, of course not. Yeah, just a blank account. I got my fascist tears from a distillery in DC. Not bad as far as vodkas go. A little bit floral. right today. I need to tell you I love Trump. Yeah, it's just gonna be like a whole thing. Let me try something. Somebody put something in chat I can delete. Okay. Interesting. All right. Secondary system doesn't do it either on an update even. All right. Sorry, Sonia. And no promises. Okay. I'm going to actually have to talk to somebody about that one. Oh, God. No, of course they have nothing to contribute. They never do. Let's face it. I mean, I just dropped like, what was that? 2 hours of in-depth fucking geopolitical analysis and insight into the military operations and the politics of an entire region. And all this dude has to contribute is a Trump emote, probably. I don't fucking know. Thank you, deprogrammer. Yeah. Dude, I mean, if the dude wants to actually engage and fucking, what are the strengths and merits of your candidate? I mean, I'm an anarchist, frankly. I think your candidate's fucking cringe as shit. And I think anybody who's willing to supplicate themselves before an authoritarian hierarchy, such as the one that you were advocating for, is, well, I mean, bitch made. But I would love to hear the advocacy for, other than just fucking emote. Again, did y'all see that fucking psycho cringe Trump supporter on Twitter? The dude, bunch of, like, a car full of, like, kids, 18-year-olds, posted like an image of themselves after voting for Kamala, and this dude fucking said that you would all be my concubines, and people were like, I'm sorry, what? Like, what the actual fuck, my guy? Like, if it wasn't for social media, you'd all be my concubines. And then he doubled down. He doubled down. Yes, he doubled down. He's like, you'd only be used for food or sex, mostly food. People were like, did you just tell a car full of 18-year-old barely legal boys that if it weren't for social media, you'd all be my concubines? You're the hyper-masculine, heterosexual Trump alpha male supporter? And you just told a car full of boys that they'd be your concubines if it weren't for social media? That seems antithetical. Yeah, he claims to be the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. There's no way to prove that. There's no way to prove that. Not that the claim, but like there's no way to prove that claim. Yeah, he claims to be the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. Like, this is the face of like this sort of alpha male masculine Trump supporter is a dude who says to a car full, like there was like 4 or 5 barely legal boys voting for the first time, and they post real men voting for Kamala or some shit like that, right? That's the point of their post, right? Photo of them all in the car, shot all the way back. You can see all of them. And, you know, real men voting for Kamala. And this dude replies to this post and says, if it weren't for social media, you'd all be my concubines. That's the face of like the hyper masculine heterosexual, the LGBTQ agenda is ruining this country, alpha male fucking sort of behavior. Is a car full of nubile 18-year-old boys gets told they'd be his concubines. What the actual fuck, MAGA? Get your shit together. Like, can y'all even figure out your messaging? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your messaging is anymore with that. Let's see. Hold on. I think few people here I have to add to the a good standing group because they've been coming in since. And I know their names and I recognize them. Ba-do-ba-boo. Okay. Oh, there's Kimberly finally updated. I got you. Cool. All right. At least they were of age. That's a step up. I know, right? How weird. Yes, Caboose, you heard an airplane. Fucking. He clearly didn't know what it meant. And then he doubled down. The doubling down is just, like, I don't, you know, even if he, I don't care. I don't care. Like once he, like, if he didn't know what it meant and he doubled down after he knew what it meant, right? Like, it's like, okay, he didn't know what concubines meant. Maybe. I don't know, but he then followed up with, you'd be mostly used for food and sex, mostly food. But it's like, dude, if he didn't know what concubines meant, clearly he knew afterwards, and then he said he'd still be used for sex. He didn't, you know, it's like, homie. That's it. Madison Cawthorn was right. Coke orgies everywhere and human trafficking, probably. Yeah, This is what these fuckwits are like. This is what these fuckwits are like. You're just like, dude, okay. Sure. He wants to eat them and screw them, but he'll yell, "Not gay!" So it's okay. No homo. Like I said, they're just going to be insufferable for the time being. Oh, I guess a cool. Data collection. I know, right, Caboose? Right. Fucking weirdos. All right. Let's do that, and then I can do that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. All right, give me a second. Let me leave you with something. I'll give you something. Mucho Mass, thanks for the follow. All right. Let me give you something to watch while I don't know. There's a good interview. All right. 8 minutes. That'll be fine.
Francesca Albanese is the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, and she's joining us live from Montreal. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, Ms. Albanese. We really appreciate it. So as we heard in that report, the UN says that people in northern Gaza are facing apocalyptic conditions. Can you tell us what you're able to gather about those conditions?
I'm able to gather what you get, that the conditions are apocalyptic, and there are 390 days of us using words as catastrophe, apocalyptic, and it's a disaster, it's a human-made disaster. And the main problem is that unfortunately many, including policymakers, continue to portray this as a war, as a conflict, as a war between Hamas and Israel, when we clearly see a genocidal campaign unfolding through acts of killing, extermination, starvation, and the decimation of civilian life and infrastructure. And clearly, even Israeli genocide historians are saying this can't be called other than genocide. So my question is, why is this not stopped?
What can member states do to stop it? I know that you released a report just days ago saying once again that what is happening in Gaza isn't just war crimes, it is genocide. And you wrote on October 1st, before the latest Israeli siege of northern Gaza began, you wrote that the violence that Israel has unleashed against the Palestinians post-October 7th isn't happening in a vacuum, that it's part of a long-term, intentional, systematic, state-organized forced displacement and replacement of the Palestinians. You said this trajectory risks causing irreparable prejudice to the very existence of the Palestinian people in Palestine. And you said that member states must intervene now to prevent new atrocities that will further scar human history. That was over a month ago. With the deadlock at the Security Council, how do you think that member states should intervene?
I don't think that the deadlock is at the Security Council. The deadlock at the Security Council is a reflex of the lack of political will to stop Israel. There is nothing that prevents a member state from abiding by international law. They have individually an obligation not to aid and assist a state which is committing atrocities day in and day out. They have to stop those who are still transferring weapons, the United States, but not just the United States, and also purchasing military and security.
I have dates. I brought dates. Also, yeah, I just enjoy listening to Francesca talk, especially interacting with hostile reporters. Holy shit, dude. She's undeniably credentialed, right? Like she's incredibly educated on these topics and has the information at disposal in multiple languages. And it's just like, dude, I watched one of the Israeli fucking interviewers. Yes. Yeah. It's just like, dude, she just fucking tap dances those motherfuckers. Like it is amazing to watch her work. Yeah. She's just incredibly competent. It is astounding to see someone that competent at what they do. Yeah. It's just undeniably brilliant.
Services from Israel must stop. Any trade with Israel must be interrupted now.
No,
and then there is also diplomatic sanctions and political sanctions that need to be applied now. Whomever is not taking these steps is either responsible or completely indifferent to the plight of millions of Palestinians. And again, after 1 year, we can't continue recite the mantra that this started on October 7. It didn't start on October 7. There are years of decades, in fact, of documented.
Well, I mean, she's like S+ tier for a shitlib, right? Like, I can't think of another shitlib that I'd rather have on my team. We're picking teams. I'm picking Francesca, right? If we gotta have a shitlib on team, homie, just task her, right? She is a fucking guided missile. You just point her at shit and go. It's like that fucking AWOL Nation fucking meme song or whatever, right? You just run. So, yeah. Oh my God. Red Bull owns the rights to this song. This is a Red Bull song. Red Bull owns the rights to this song.
Run.
Yeah. Fucking Red Bull owns that song. But she's the physical embodiment of that song, right? It's just capable of terrible things run. Dun, dun. You just point this chick in like a direction. Dude, she's gonna fucking wreck whatever she does. Like, she's astoundingly brilliant. She's just applied herself to international law. That's it. Like, yeah, she, dude, the S rank for sure. Like, if I'm picking teams, she's a first pick off the shit lib list for sure. I can't think of any other shit libs that I'd rather have. Like, as far as efficacy goes.
Violations against the Palestinian people, mass displacement, arbitrary detention, arbitrary arrest and detention, including of children, enforced disappearance. Everything that Israel has been doing over the past 12 months was not foreign to the Palestinians, had already been done, and now it has been escalated at an unprecedented level, and as part of a design to destroy what remains of Palestinian life.
Yeah, and that
Palestinian territory.
That escalation that you're talking about includes the killing of hundreds of United Nations workers. That's one of the reasons that you're saying, you said 2 days ago that the UN should consider suspending Israel, and you are not the only UN special rapporteur who is calling for that.
You'll never get them. Oh, no. Yeah, you could get them suspended. All right, so here's the deal. There's 2 different degrees of this. And I don't know if Francesca's going to cover it, but I'm going to cover it. Right? So there's 2 different things that the UN can do, and journalists don't seem to do their fucking homework on this. Who would have guessed? But hey, the fucking 2-bit fucking Andy streamer understands fucking United Nations nation state procedural bureaucracy better than the fucking person who it's their job, right? All right, so. There's 2 different things that you can do. You can expel a member state from the United Nations, right? That's number 1. You can't ever do it, though. Basically, the Permanent Security Council, which includes Russia, China, and the U.S., means that you can never get it passed. The expulsion of a member state of the United Nations has to be approved by the Permanent Security Council. You'll never expel Israel because the United States will veto it. Just guaranteed. It's guaranteed they'll veto it. So you can never do it. What you can do is you can have a General Assembly vote on a member nation, and you can revoke their rights and privileges as a member nation. And that does not need Security Council approval. That's what we did to South Africa, because we vetoed the expulsion of South Africa as well. And so what you do is you take it to a floor vote to suspend the rights and privileges of a member nation. And that is just a General Assembly vote, and it's a majority carries the day, and Security Council has no say on it whatsoever. What that does is apply a whole host of sanctions, up to and including things like you can't participate in the Olympics. You can't participate in all of these sorts of international activities that occur. You can't have your name or your flag in places. You can't participate in certain economic things. You can't participate. You're just persona non grata. You're still a member of the United Nations, but you don't get to do anything. And so there's a whole host of like international law, international economic relations, international sporting relations that all have a clause. Basically, it's a contractual clause that you have to be a member nation of the United Nations in good standing sort of situation. And if you're not, you're just automatically excluded. And so it prevents like rogue nation states from joining certain things and doing certain things and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's the tactic that is now being put forth and advocated for dealing with Israel at an international level, because there's no doing anything to them that can get by the Security Council. So it has to all be General Assembly floor votes, and General Assembly floor votes can in fact restrict the rights and privileges of member nations, which then allow for a formalized international law standard to ostracize a nation state. It gives legal cover. Again, this is all shitlib shit. This is like SS tier shitlib stuff. This is like the fucking charged up anime boss shitlib stuff, right? Like this is stuff that any anarchist would just look at and go, dear sweet Jesus, fire, I need fire, right? This is international law constructs, right? This is levels and levels and levels of made up woo woo bullshit, right? But this is how this stuff works. This is the height of my international relations class when we talked about liberalism. Yeah, this is the very top tier of this, right? But it is how the world works to a huge degree. It is how the world works, which is hilarious. You can just ignore them to a certain degree too. It's sort of like online canceling. It's like online canceling. Like unironically, it's like online canceling. If you just ignore them, there's not much they can do. It's like if you have an inbuilt audience and you can support yourself, right? If you have an inbuilt economy, you can support yourself, right? But Israel isn't one of those. They don't have their own stuff. They can't produce their own stuff. They need the rest of the world. And so if the rest of the world starts doing S-tier finger wagging at them, there's not much they can do. They have to comply at that point. They will be starved out, as it were. And Cupcake, yeah, they definitely, the General Assembly seems to have the votes. I think they could get it passed.
But that also requires not just the consent of the General Assembly, but I understand the recommendation of the Security Council.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, first of all, there should be an understanding of why so many special rapporteurs are asking for the suspension of Israel. At least a warning. Israel is not about the ferocity of its assault against Gaza and the Palestinians. Let the genocide alone. And it's extremely painful for me to say that, because people's life comes before any other consideration. And at the same time, this year alone, Israel has attacked 70% of UNRWA premises. It killed until yesterday 237 UN personnel in Gaza alone, targeted peacekeepers, declared the Secretary General persona non grata, including with independent experts, including myself, but let's let the independent experts stay out of this. And the assault against the United Nations from the General Assembly to the agencies operating on the ground has been unprecedented. Just 2 days ago.
We were fawning over her before you got here, trust me. She's our favorite shitlib.
Israel passed legislation that de facto and in totality prevent UNRWA from operating in the occupied Palestinian territory, over which Israel has no legitimate authority or sovereignty. Israel is just an unlawful occupying power in this territory. And instead of withdrawing and respecting international law, Israel is doubling down. You see the hubris, you see the affront on the United Nations. Why should the United Nations tolerate such a serial violator?
Baller point, Francesca, but holy shit, that date was amazing. I'm just saying, God, I get amazing dates. Fuck. I was baller. Oh, also it helps that I don't eat like refined sugars and stuff. I don't have much sugar in my diet. So that kind of like, you know, just, I mean, dates are full of fucking sugar, right? That just starts firing the dopamine off, right? It just boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Holy shit, that was amazing. caboose. Yeah, when you cut out sugar, the few times you have like a really sweet fruit or something, your brain just, you understand our ancestors better. You understand our ancestors better. If you cut out sugar, you get it now. Like you understand what our ancestors were like. It's like, holy shit! What is that? Save that! Where do I get more of that? I need more of that. Yeah. Camille, they're actually just across the border. It's like, it's like a 45-minute drive for here. It's just Southern California. There's a family farm that grows several date types. That was a medjool date. But yeah. All right, Cass, take care. Try not to get shot. Sleep well. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that just fired off all of the dopamine in my brain. Oh, it was amazing. Yeah. Oh, like I said, yeah, it's right across the border in Southern California for me. This would fall. But yeah, if you cut out sugar entirely, or just for the most part, you get it. Like your brain adjusts, and all of a sudden, when you do have something really sweet, like a fig, or I prefer a date, but hey, we all have our preferences. Wobbles, there's was. Yeah, dude, your brain just fucking lights up. If you were in an fMRI, it'd just be fucking firing off. Ooh, that was good. It was a meaty one too. It was like fucking, yeah, it was like that, man. It's like a ton of fuck. It was a big fucking date. Woo. Anyway, I'll let Francesca finish here, but I was like, I had to fucking hold on. I need to rave about that date I just had. Holy fuck.
Of international law, which casts an incredible threat over the system, over multilateralism, and sets a precedent for other states who will.
No, not dried. It's slightly, no, they're not dried. They're fresh.
Have zero respect for the organization.
That's exactly
the same.
That's exactly
that shit was picked like, I don't know, a week and a half ago.
What I was going to
2 weeks.
ask you, when you say genocide and aside, and I know what you mean by that, what does this mean for the international rules-based order?
There is, first of all, I'm very allergic to international-based order because, first of all, there is no order. There is no order anymore. There are rules, there are mechanisms, and there is just chaos, disorder, and it complete.
I love that she's come to. I honestly, yes. I love that she's come to terms with this, though. That she's like, she is an S-tier shit lib, right? But she's like, dude, they just started ignoring it all. Yes, Francesca. Yes. Welcome to the reality of your made-up woo-woo bullshit. All right? This is the reality. Unless people agree to it, it's just words on paper. That's it. That's it. Like, the UN has no enforcement means. They don't have any way to enforce their will. And so it's not like a nation state's hierarchical authoritarianism that they can apply to their citizens, right? You don't pay your fucking taxes. They'll fine you if you don't pay the fucking fine. Then they'll put a lien on your house, and if you don't pay off the fine, they'll fucking get your house taken under court order. And if you refuse to let them access to your house, they'll show up with the fucking SWAT team and they'll vacate it forcefully, and then they'll sell it off to the banks, right? And you'll end up in jail, right? They will use overwhelming force to enforce their rules on you. The UN can't do that. They don't have a means, they don't have a mandate to do that. So they're just rules on pages. And somebody like Israel could just come along and be like, yeah, I'm good. But but the court said stop. Yeah. You gonna make me? Welcome to reality. Welcome to reality. And this is why, again, you shouldn't read a lot of Stirner. You shouldn't integrate a lot of Stirner. But this is why every anarchist, this is why everybody, but this is why every anarchist needs to understand Stirner, is because this mentality, it's like, you do realize at the end of the day, as fucked up as it is, the only reason that anything works the way it is because we agree to it. The only reason you have your car is because I have decided not to shoot you and take your car. Now, you could shoot me first, right? You could see this aggression and you could shoot me and on the approach, and your overwhelming force defeated my overwhelming force. This is how nation states operate. This is literally the operating modality of nation states. Is this sort of like mutually assured overwhelming force. Is if you fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with you, and we'll just agree not to fuck with each other, right? But if we decide we don't want to abide by that agreement, there's really nothing that can stop any of it. It's just how it works. That's the reality of like on the ground brass tacks. The only thing holding it together is the agreement to not resort to violence. And if somebody was willing to resort to violence and somebody isn't willing to resort to violence, then there's not much the one who isn't willing to resort to violence can do. There just isn't. And so without a like enforcement mandate, the UN is just some sort of like weird toothless organization that wanders the planet wagging their finger at people. And to one degree or another, means nothing. Grand scheme. And I love that somebody who has spent her life dedicated to studying international law coming to that realization, right? That it's like, oh shit, they can just ignore this? Yes, Francesca. Yes. There's no like objective ontological truth underpinning international law. It's just shit we made up as humans and put on a page and said, okay, we'll do this. Maybe if it's convenient for us. Doesn't, and it's not antithetical to the hegemonic goals of the imperial core. And the laws of international law did not descend down upon us from the sky on high. It wasn't forged in the heart of a sun and disseminated through, it's just shit we made up. It's free to ignore it.
Hygienists, and there is no order anymore. There are rules, there are mechanisms, and there is just chaos, disorder, and a complete hijacking of the rules and the mechanisms by a group of states who expect. I mean, there is Israel, there is the United States, but they expect to rule the world according to their own rules.
Yes.
And this is chaos. And this is not respect of multilateralism. So
she's adorable sometimes. Like I said, she's hilarious to watch. Like the people who participate in the system, she will destroy. But somebody like us, she has no defense against. She is absolutely defenseless against just a random anarchist. She has nothing. She literally has nothing. And it is hilarious to watch her. Like, dude, they want to go. The empire just wants to live by their own rules. Yes, Francesca. Yes. It's always been that way, by the way. So brilliant, but so naive.
You see, the multilateral system is already shaking, is already breaking. And the more it takes to return to sanity, to return to a path of reason, the deeper the cracks will become.
Francesca Albanese,
I love her, but it is hilarious to watch. Like she's legitimately incapable of dealing with the pragmatic reality of what it is. Let's see. Zen, don't worry. The bar closed. Last call. We're good. Oh God. No, this is gonna be a shit show. Let's watch it. It's only 5 minutes. I don't mind a 5-minute shit show. It's 4.5.
When was the
I don't mind a 4.5 minute shit show.
When was the insurrection?
Oh God, Gemma, no. After somebody dedicates their life to something like that, dude, she's got like 2 PhDs and fucking masters. Nope. Never. Nah. No, she'll die believing in it. I don't blame her either. Fuck. 4 minutes, 28 seconds. House divided. My parents and I are split between Harris and Trump. This could be annoying. Just so everybody knows, this could be annoying.
When was the insurrection?
They had plenty of protests after that.
Yes, they did.
Protests are different from
Protests are different than an insurrection.
Yeah.
No one broke into government buildings.
Oh God. Oh wait. I didn't even consider that. Oh my God, I didn't even consider that. The parents are pro Kamala and the kid is fucking Trump. Oh, I didn't consider that. Oh, that didn't even dawn on me. Oh, dear Jesus. He's going to be like one of these dumb fucking neckbeard motherfuckers. And that didn't even dawn on me as an option. Oh, Kai, your implicit bias is showing. Oh. Never, ever, ever discount Gen Z being fucking conservative brained.
We disagree on that.
With more young adults living at home with their parents, the political divide between generations is more obvious than ever. And according to an NBC News Gen Z poll, more than half of Gen Zers have different political views than at least one of their parents, with about a third saying they differ from both parents. We went to the battleground state of Georgia to see what this looks like for actual families.
I'm curious, have those conversations ever got intense?
Oh,
He's even wearing Carhartt. Carhartt used to mean something, by the way. Once upon a time, Carhartt now is a shibboleth. It's a signal. It's an in-group cultural signal. Once upon a time, though, Carhartt meant something. If you were wearing Carhartt in 92 to 84 sort of territory, right, then your parents were farmers. Straight up. Your parents were farmers. Or maybe your dad was a lumberjack, right? You were salt of the earth, hardworking, lower end economic spectrum, blue collar family. If you were wearing Carhartt back then, yeah, you were decidedly lower income, blue collar sort of territory. Now it's fucking Patagonia for fucking right wingers. Yeah, now it's Patagonia for right wingers. I think that's the best way. Or North Face for right wingers. Take your pick, depending on, your part of the country. Whichever brand signal works best for you.
those conversations get tense all the time. We'll get into it, and then of course here in the middle of the night, mom just yelling downstairs, "Why don't you be quiet?"
22-year-old David Dilley lives with his parents Lyle and Brandy and his 2 brothers. This will be his second time voting for former President Donald Trump, while his parents...
I plan to vote for Harris.
Me as well.
Gemma Carhart? No. Patagonia and North Face? Yes. Okay.
We've debated on how we feel about vaccines. We've debated, border crossings. And there's areas we kind of agreed on the middle, okay? But we usually end up disagreeing at the end of the day.
When you learned that your son wanted to vote for Trump, he voted for Trump in 2020, how did that land for you?
I was a little surprised. I would never place a vote for Trump. The way he represented a member of the news media. Our oldest son has cerebral palsy. And so to see him be like, that's okay, I'm still gonna vote, that hit me a little hard.
Has that changed the relationship at all?
No. I mean, he's not Donald Trump, he's my son.
I don't mind saying, yes, I will be voting for Trump, but it's not so much because I like him as a person. It's just some of the ideas and policies will help my life. My life will be better due to them, and my family's life will be better due to them. I just wish he was not so much a jerk sometimes, that's all.
A lot of the arguments are part of me trying to iterate that there's human sides to all of this and try not to take that out of the conversation. And when he doesn't accept that, to me, that is a little disappointing.
It's like, where did I go wrong? What did I do? What did I miss a step in, raising him?
David and Darius Shockley are also from the Savannah area, but politics play out differently for them, with Darius on the far left and his dad David on the right.
Can you describe your son's...
Oh, thank God. Oh, I thought. Hey, Nero. Yeah, we just turned on YouTube streaming the other day for Trav. Thank you, Trav, right? Yeah, there's a ton more people over on Twitch. I thought we were about to deal with. Okay. That's much. I could deal with this one. That was going to be an issue. Either way, welcome in there. We have just started watching just a handful of videos because I need a break from doing literal geopolitical analysis and military analysis of fucking various operations in the Middle East. But yeah, fucking, it's
political ideology from what you understand.
That one. Oh,
How do I say this? It makes no sense. I don't agree with half the stuff he says, but at the same time, I'll listen to him say it.
I tend to instigate a little bit some conversations about politics whenever I read something on the news. I like to bring up with my parents and ask them about them.
Darius, how will you feel if Kamala wins? How will you feel if Trump wins?
Kamala, relieved, hopeful. Trump, devastated. I can't even think of a word because there's no way I can describe the pain that I will feel.
Hearing how emotional your son gets when he talks about the possibility.
He laughed. He chuckled. He chuckled at his son's pain. Just so you know.
Of Trump winning, does that affect you at all?
Yeah, it's a little disturbing. It's just a little disturbing that it would be that upsetting to him. That's how it is now. My mother and father did not agree politically. 53 years they spent together, and it was no problem. They just canceled each other's vote out. But they did go vote.
Both families say the country has gotten too divided when it comes to politics.
What advice would you give to people who still live with their parents, but they have very drastic, different political preferences?
Just get over it. Your family's not going to agree 100%. You will never agree. If you hope in this life you will find somebody you agree with 100%, you'll be searching for your entire dang life.
Yep. I don't need you to agree with me 100%. I just need you to not vote for like active fascism. Anybody who understands the historical parallels between the, sort of transition from the Weimar Republic into the parliamentary system and how it was captured vis-a-vis the National Socialist Party and Hitler's takeover and how all of that was voted for. All of that was done under the auspices of democratic processes. This is literally, we're walking lockstep with history at this point. Like, we are Germany in, like, what would we be? 1932 sort of territory. But yeah, I just need you to not actively vote for the dude who's openly using fascistic, authoritarian, dictatorial rhetoric, who's looking to activate the military to root out dissidents within. Fucking the radical leftists like Adam Schiff, fucking, and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, you know, those lightning rod radical leftists. Yeah, so for people like me who actually occupy a leftist portion of the properly calibrated Overton, then, you know, that's a little concerning. That's a little concerning. Also, you know, the whole wanting to set up concentration camps. Not a huge fan. Not a huge fan. I think voting for the guy who just openly talks about wanting to set up concentration camps, the guy who was standing Hitler, and why can't my generals be more like Hitler's generals, which is hilarious, seeing as they tried to kill him several times. Hey, Wordy. Fucking, like, it just, you know, again, I don't need 100% agreement. I just need you to not be a fascist. Yeah, an authoritarian bootlicker, bitch-made supplicant fascist is just sort of my, like, necessity, right? We can hammer out the details later. Right? Oh shit, you don't like asparagus. Oh, you know, I like asparagus. Did you mind if I, like, it's not like an allergy or anything, right? I can cook it in the kitchen. Whatever. No big deal. I don't need to make asparagus for you. I can get over that. All right. That's fine. No big deal. Oh shit. All right. Oh, we don't like to watch. Okay. We don't like all the same shows, but we got some crossover. Okay, cool. We can watch stuff on our own, and we can watch stuff together, and the stuff that we both enjoy, we can watch together. No big deal. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I just need you to not actively try to usher in right-wing authoritarianism with Christian evangelical aesthetics. That'd be great. Just a personal, it's just a me thing. Just a me thing, you know? Story. Oh, Gemma.
Amen. Just a scoop of that.
What are you all united on?
Your family. I don't care who you're voting for. If you're a good person, you can sit at my table.
I would argue casting a vote for a fascist sort of is a disqualifying function for being a good person. I find, this is just my own personal experience, I find good people don't want to set up concentration camps. Just a me thing. Just a me thing. Anecdotal experience. You know, your mileage may vary on this, but, you know, as far as I go about in my life, generally I find the people that are cool with concentration camps, I don't... Again, this is my own ethical framework I'm judging off of. I find, because there's no objective, you know, ontology for this. I just, using my own experiential data and ethical framework, I find the people who support concentration camps aren't good people, or what I would describe as good people. It's just a me thing, though. Just a me thing. So, you know, you may have a difference of opinion. on the concentration camp issue. A lot of less so full of purity testing gatekeepers. Stomp, stomp. Oh. It's almost like calling people who march with neo-Nazis very fine people. Hold on. New person, YouTube said something. Here in Brazil, we hear lots from illegal immigrants who support Republicans. I'm not well informed enough to understand USA specific questions yet. No worries about it. If you're comfortable enough to vote for a person who wants to fuck over people because it'll benefit you personally, you ain't a good person. Sonia, that seems like a you definition. Hey, Wordy. Yeah. I'll go over some stuff with you later. I don't need to recap stuff, but there are features.
We invite people over and we don't discuss ideologies. We want to love them for them and not worry about politics.
This is what rendered our country fucking useless. Is this boomer ass? I think he's Gen X. He's not a boomer. He's like firmly like upper end Gen X. He's like a cusper. This is what ruined our country. Worthless. Is this unwillingness to talk about stuff. That's not who I want. Well, I don't want to, I just, politics aside, I don't want to, take them for them. Dude, your politics is a huge deal. Mickey, it's an intentional thing. It's who you want to persecute, who you want to subjugate to poverty conditions, who you wish to oppress, who you wish to militarily engage with, who you wish to democratically or diplomatically engage with, right? All of these things, your politics, informs me of how quality of a human being you are, right? You're like, oh, I want to set up some concentration camps for all the fucking illegals here. I'm sorry. That's a I need to know that about you before I make you a meal. All right? Like, before I let you sit down at my dinner table and I make you food and we sit there and share a meal, I need to be informed of that. Because I assure you that's going to be a talking point. We're going to discuss that. Like, that's not like, oh, I don't want to make it uncomfortable. Fuck you. You know what's uncomfortable? Not having food and dying of typhus in a concentration camp. That's uncomfortable. Talking about politics or religion, which is politics, over dinner in your suburban home, yeah, that's fine. Whatever, man. That's easy mode. I got that all day, every day. Fucking, yeah. It's that mentality that I think has rendered our country completely fucking useless. Like, don't talk about religion or politics. Why? That's what's fucking up our world. That's what's holding us back. That's what's responsible for the continued retardation of human progress on a global scale. Why are we not talking about that? That's like, dude, that's like having a fucking tumor at your neck like that. And you're like, we don't talk about the tumor. What? Homie, we need to discuss that. That's a thing. We need to deal with that. Yeah. I'm just so fucking over that kind of attitude. And it's an attitude I guarantee he inherited from the boomers. Because he's like cusper Gen X. Yeah, so, yeah, I just want to, we accept you as who you are. No, I don't. No, man. I'm going to accept a fucking Nazi? No. Look, you got two options. You walk into my fucking personal space and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm a national socialist. It's like, okay, we got two options here. One, you leave right the fuck immediately. Just flee. Straight up AWOL Nation run. Because shit's about to go down. Because if you don't leave, shit's about to go down. Like, you don't tolerate that bullshit. I got fucking Christian nationalists talking about how homosexuals need to be summarily executed. Like, what? Yeah, we need to talk about that. Yeah, we need to have a conversation. We got a bunch of fucking backwoods fucking morons who want to drag us back to some preconceived notion of a bygone era that they see as like the halcyon days of yore, even though it was never that. They've got some Leave It to Beaver fucking mental image of what it used to be. Meanwhile, anybody who's got a fucking modicum of historical intellect about them and a little bit of an education looks at what they want to drag us back to and go, it wasn't even that good for fucking white landowning males. Like, even the heterosexual landowning white males didn't have it amazingly. Like, it was still an authoritarian social construct that required conformity to such a degree that men dropped dead of heart attacks at age 50 if they didn't fucking walk into the ocean themselves. Like, fuck, man. Get your shit together. Yeah, don't care. Fake America looking like a Soundgarden music video. In ancient Athens, they didn't even have the concept of not talking about politics. Political participation was mandatory. I know. Let's see. Nah, he's my gen. But he inherited a farm. Well, I inherited fuck all. The choice not to discuss politics comes from a position of privilege. Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is absolutely a position of privilege. Or ignorance, which I suppose ignorance is a position of privilege, depending on how you wish to look at that fucking, two sides of that coin. But I would make allowance. There's a position of lack of discussion of politics that can come from an unprivileged position, but it doesn't make up the predominant amount. I agree. The 85% of it is definitely a position of privilege. Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. It makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, it's like, dude. I'm sorry, but somebody living in the favelas, somebody living in the barrio, somebody living in the fucking ghetto, somebody fucking, these things need to be discussed, right? The intersectional factors that lead to the oppression and repression of any given out group within a dominant, ethnocultural in group need be discussed. It does, and any lack of discussion therein is ultimately an act of oppression itself. I would be perfectly comfortable qualifying. I would be perfectly comfortable qualifying and categorizing the. I don't want to talk about politics, or we don't talk about politics or religion as an act of oppression unto itself. Yeah. Crimson, that is a position of privilege. Yes, sweethearts. Yes, as answered by Trav. But yeah, you can see their icon next to their name. That's the YouTube logo, as well as they will be uniformly in red because they don't have the ability to change their username via API call like Twitch users do. Yeah, it's absolutely just a garbage platform as far as like programmatic backend and API calls go, as I've recently been interacting and discovering with. But yeah, I have absolutely zero respect or tolerance for Brazil is a weird place, Neuro. It's a weird place. I mean, y'all, like, look, I'm an American. This place is fucking upside down and fucking right to left and left to right. It's fucking inside out. Hey, Fortus. Don't worry, it's everybody gets the first fucking message. It's just having to clear. The bot definitely isn't tracking you. Mickey, yeah, the chat feature is fucking hot garbage over at YouTube. No argument there. Whatsoever. Yeah, the moderation capacity is non-existent. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Is what it is. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, I just need to mark a couple of fucking people. And hey there, Van. Cool. Add a couple more people to the in group. Oh, Jesus. All right. Fucking YouTube already bringing in a semantics argument. All right. Let me, that was, it wasn't as bad as, it could have been. Oh, hey, Owen. Yeah, I think I saw that on his fucking channel. Owen Jones came over to the US to talk to a few people and interview. Let's see. Don't care. I'm just looking at the viewing room over on the Discord server and see if there's anything worth looking at. More perfect union. We put Tim Waltz in a room with undecided voters. I'm sorry. Is there anything more infuriating than an undecided voter at this point in time? Like, what do you want? Like, what are you waiting for? Hey, Maddock. Jesus Christ, fucking Jill Stein. Like, oh God. Yeah, that is at this point, free weed. At this point in the game, right? Like, if you're still undecided, either Neuro, not as libertarian brain, not as reductive as the South Park guys tend to be about that sort of thing. But we do feel like it's very much sort of like we're not voting. No one's like, okay, look, some people are, but they're shit libs. All right. I can't help you with shit libs, but like a lot of the people in the US are just voting against Trump. They're not voting for Kamala. And fucking huge swaths of people are like, whatever, man. Just don't let the fascist who wants to set up concentration camps in. All right. Can we just not do that? So like a lot of people are just voting against Trump. That's it. They're not voting for Kamala. Like, that's just how it is. The people who are voting for Trump aren't voting against Kamala. They're voting for Trump. That's who's voting for Trump. They're down. They're down. The people who are voting for Kamala, that's a 50-50 coin flip. That's it. Like, maybe they're down. Right? We have a lot of shit libs in this country. We got a lot of fucking dumbass Democrats and stuff that are like, yay, hope and change, right? Like, fucking morons. But 50% of the people that are voting for Kamala are just like, dude, we just need not Trump. Whatever you put on that fucking table next to him, I'm taking what's on the table next to him. Because that dude is a problem. List is updated. Let me get Matic on the list. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Arizona is usually reddish. Yeah. It can lean a little purple, but it's usually red. It's a dead heat. It's a dead heat right now. Wordy, 200 characters versus 500. Yeah. Nevada is usually purple. That's what we qualify as. We're just a purple state. It's a mixed bag. It leans one way or the other. Yeah. Just depends on the election cycle. So we'll see. Trav, I mean, it's usual schedule. It'll be 11:30 stream. No. Trump has already told Netanyahu to finish the job. Yeah, no. Absolutely. He will provide zero resistance. Biden provides zero resistance. Trump will be an active encourager. Yeah. Cuz Trump doesn't like the one brown type of people and is fine with the other. Yeah, he's not a fan of Muslims. The fucking Muslims, his Muslim is not a preferred identity for Trump. And so he's already told Netanyahu finish the job. So there absolutely will be, yeah. Camille, his record's clear on this one. Him and Jared Kushner were like responsible for relocating the embassy in Jerusalem. Like yeah. I said to use the military to mow down fucking pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, no, Biden provides no resistance. Trump will be there fucking rooting them on. Yeah. Biden's just won't wander around going, what? We sent what? Where? Fucking Trump will be there going. So. Okay, so the outcome of Israel is outside of the hands of Trump, Kamala, or Biden. I spent, like, you can go back and watch the VOD. I spent the better part of 2 hours talking about this stuff at the top of the fucking stream. The various actors, the factors involved, the geopolitical consequences, the fact of this, the fail of the Westphalian European model, the end of colonial empire, the redrawing, the failed states, and the sort of like who does what, why, and those sorts of things. The long and short of it, though, is that the entire region is a colonial project and it is failing. look at Libya, look at Syria, etc., etc., etc. These are nation states that were constructed artificially by European colonial powers. Israel is the only exception to this, only because it has a very unique relationship with America, and America is propping it up. But you can see, even internally, the fractionalism and the divide. Prior to October 7th, they were borderline civil war territory. And so, like, October 7th, to a certain degree, unifies, outside threat, that sort of thing. But what you see is the fleeing, the 600,000, that's our rough count at present of people who would have been a moderating factor within this populace. You start to see, settler divides that attempt to establish an independent state of Judea, that sort of thing. The fact that they are incapable, per their own former deputy minister of defense saying Hezbollah could overrun Israel in 24 hours if it weren't for the United States. And so what you have is this sort of like death by 1,000 cuts situation that in 15 to 20 years, Israel will be, again, don't look for this to happen in like 12 to 24 to 36 months. This is a midterm sort of situation. This is the moderate future, right? 15, 20 years, Israel is going to be a non-actor in the region, probably. You'll see them decay. The only reason that they're still existing in the state that they are is because of the bidirectional relationship that they have with the United States. Also, CFI, LFI, I think it's LFI. Anybody fucking UK people, what's the fucking labor Israeli lobby? CFI is the conservative. I know that one. It's the Conservative Friends of Israel. Is it just Labor Friends of Israel, or what's the fucking labor equivalent to CFI? Because the Tories have CFI. Either way, it's AIPAC in the United States. It's CFI for the conservatives in the UK. And so you have these sort of capture lobby groups that are responsible for the bulwarking of the political agenda within these critical factors. Germany, UK, and the United States are really the only ones that matter. Labor Friends of Israel, thank you. So it is LFI. But what you see is the cracks in the artifice. Israel is already like they're zero gain on GDP next year, no growth whatsoever, and that's being held up by the United States, almost like ridiculously to a huge degree. They're hemorrhaging money. Companies are leaving. The quality workers are leaving. If you can get a good job elsewhere or you have dual citizenship, they're already gone. So they're hemorrhaging people. They're fucking hemorrhaging money. They're being hit from multiple sides. Fucking Hezbollah can spend a couple of grand and cost Israel $10 million. Just easily. It's just over and over and over and over. So they're just hemorrhaging money. Somebody had put up a military loss estimate. I saw of $250 million in 1 month, just due to various equipment. They fucking 10 million here, 1 million here, 2 million there, 5 million there. You take out a fucking Iron Dome installation, like one of they've got their own unit name, because everything in the military is a fucking Typhoon and fucking whatever, Lord Vader. Like they give it all fucking completely over the top hyperbolic names. And so you take one of those units out, and that's, that's $1 million, 750,000 million delivered sort of situation, right? You should just boom, 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 over and over and over again, right? And this is, bleeding you economically. Then you see them becoming a pariah state. Look at Spain as a prime example of that. They've divested themselves almost entirely of Israel just as an entity, right? Any weapons contracts they had, done. Any export contracts they had, done. So you start to see this like just over and over and over and over, these factors. And that's really the only thing that, like, it's the UK, it's Germany, the UK, and the US that are keeping Israel afloat. If we just turned our back on them, per their own deputy fucking minister of defense, Hezbollah could take them in 24 hours. they're a non-entity. IDF is a joke of a military force. They're not respected by any military operators on a global scale. You talk to any spec ops guys, they do not respect the IDF. They make fun of them. They're a joke of a fucking military. Even their best trained, we went through an example at the top of the show, even their best trained commando units, the only professional soldiers they have are jokes. They're terrible at what they do. So what they rely on is dropping 2,000-pound bombs from a distance that were made in the United States on largely civilian areas. And so it's a whole thing. But you look at the greater region, and what you see is these sort of multi-factor forces, and you see, like I talked about, like the sort of student groups are seeing, like they're looking back to, like, you know, the Austro-Hungarian, the Ottomans, the Turkish empires, Turkish Empire, and they're looking at like the nature of pre-nation state, pre-Westphalian model, pre-European colonial model. It's Westphalian, and they're looking at, like, as these nation states fail, as, you know, Lebanon, as Syria, and fucking as all of surrounding everything touching Israel, basically, as they look to the future, what they're looking for is these sort of more fluid, dynamic identities, rather than identifying with a nation state, right? Like, I am American, I am Syrian, I am British, right? They're looking back towards an era and trying to, like, garner some sort of model from that is a more fluid identity, that you can belong to multiple identities. That, you know, your identity could be geographic, it could be religious, it could be ethnic, it could be occupational, it could be class, it could be, but you just move through these areas. There's no hard line on it sort of situation. It's like, oh, you don't cross this magic line. And so you start to see, you're starting to see, like, a sort of more anarchistically informed model of identity and existence combined in some of the, like, seedling positionalities within this region. The amount of rust, the amount of cracks, the amount of rotting timber that you can identify within the colonial power structures of the region, and arguably on a global scale. I mean, this is the end of the colonial model. You are seeing the failures of colonialism writ large. You have been for the last 50 years if you were paying attention, but, like, you can see it. Like, you can see it happen, like, real time, live on your fucking phone if you want to pay attention. So it is the end of that European colonial Westphalian model of projecting force and colonizing and restructuring based on a set of European ideals that were pseudo-scientific and racist as fuck to begin with. And the sort of, like, net result of all of this is huge amounts of violence. As the dominant political force within a region feels its power slipping away, even if it was placed into power artificially by some sort of external force, colonial empires in this instance, as they feel that force, as they feel that power slipping through their fingers, they will attempt to grasp at it. And that grasping mechanism is the rise of fascistic tendencies, authoritarian, hierarchical, dominant, oppressive structures, right? And you can see that immediately come out in Israel. They were always there. The seeds were always there because they're a colonial settler project of European descent, right? It is absolutely modeled after the British model. It's basically designed by the British. So you see that like inevitable clutching happen, and so you're seeing it live on your phone if you want to go watch. But it's doomed to fail. It's doomed to fail. So it doesn't matter what Kamala, it doesn't matter what Trump will just make it more bloody. That's the long, Kamala's going to make it more bloody. That's the only effect that any of these powers, Keir Starmer, the kid Starver, it's my preferred nickname for him. But that's the only thing any of these colonial powers are going to do is increase the body count. That's it. They're not going to, there's no future where this works out. It just doesn't. I invite you to look at the colonial model for empirical evidence as how this is to play out. Feel free to just look around. There's no future in which this plays out the way that the colonial powers intended it to play out. All right. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, it's just a matter of how many bodies get stacked up in the meantime and how long that process gets dragged out, because the IDF doesn't win this. The IDF doesn't win this. They don't. They can't. Like, unless the U.S. is ready to put boots on the ground, and even then, that's only going to hold it off for, we'll get another 10 years. So like 30 years instead. You might be able to push this off till 30 years if the U.S. is willing to put fucking boots on the ground and like start doing what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. But like I said, that can only hold you off about 10 years. That's all the imperial core can buy is 10 years. That's how fucked this colonial project is at this point. The might of the United States military can buy you 10 years. So, and I don't see the American public having the stomach for it. The global war on terror wore down everybody. The Republicans don't have the stomach for it. The Democrats don't have the stomach for it. No one in the U.S. is like, we'll commit assets to it. We'll like throw money at the project. We'll throw like, some logistics at it. Which will be a couple handfuls of guys will be included in the logistics. But like, yeah, we're not doing that. So you're going to see, you don't even need to go to October 7th. I talked about several anecdotal instances of IDF operations throughout the region within just the last couple of months. They're incompetent. They're incompetent. They really are. They're a conscript army. That's what most people don't understand about the IDF is they're a conscript army. They're not professional soldiers. So like what you're dealing with isn't a unit of soldiers who train together for 5-7 years. John and Tim know each other like the back of their fucking hands, right? They spend all day, all night with each other. They've done constant training. They're in shape for it. This is a conscript army. And as I pointed out earlier, it's like you have kids, you have literal teenagers, and then reservists who are like 25 to 32 who just got done doing ketamine at a rave in Tel Aviv before they showed up for fucking training, right? None of them are in shape to be an actual dismounted ground infantry unit. None of them have the conditioning, mental or physical. So when you see dismounted operations, you see them for what they are. They're completely ineffective as a group. Operations within Gaza, they don't. The minute they're not piloting a drone, their existence, their continued existence is the mere whim of an operating group such as like the Qassam Brigade. The only reason you continue to exist is because one of the soldiers for the Qassam Brigade has decided that today you get to live, basically. They are hand making their own anti-material rifles. They're hand making their own RPGs. They're modifying Chinese guided rocket systems into what they call the Red Arrow as their model. They are absolutely effective as a guerrilla fighting force within the region. The IDF does not control Gaza. They don't control it. They've leveled it. They still don't control it. They go in, they're done. It is absolutely an indication of the efficacy of the fighting force. And I like that's against an insurgent group like Hamas / Qassam Brigade. When you start comparing them to somebody like Hezbollah is, what do you mean when they go in? The IDF isn't stationed in Gaza. They have to, that's a theater. They have to like go into Gaza. They don't actually control Gaza. It's a theater of war. It's just like us going to Iraq. That's an insurgent group. When you start to see the IDF operationally engage with Lebanon, with Hezbollah is a professional army. They are professional soldiers. They train. They have their own supply lines and munitions. They have missiles and air combat, and they are, again, the former deputy minister of defense for Israel straight up said Hezbollah could take Israel in 24 hours. It is a different level of operation. They have shown operational capability, operational tempo over the course of months that has been proven absolutely exemplary. Their capacity for engagement with even the most professional of soldiers' units within the IDF has been, they squad wiped an entire team of commandos. Israel Spec Ops commandos. Hezbollah squad wiped an entire squad in one go. Like, just done. No casualties to Hezbollah. Not a one. They didn't even take a hit. They didn't even get shot at. The Israeli commandos literally didn't even fire a round at them. Like, it's like that. Like, it is a different league of operation. They have engaged with Israel before multiple times over multiple decades. They're dug in. They have independent supply lines. They have their own homegrown munition systems. They are way more capable. So when you see this interaction occur and you track it over the course of months and you start to see the logic, the operational pattern, the actual planning that's going in over on the Lebanese side, and you see how they're carving a highway through the contested zone, and you see how they're actively taking out entire divisional headquarters. The 91st, I think it was the 91st mounted, or I think it was the 91st mounted. Either way, it's the 91st, one of the 91st divisions for Israel. They blew up their entire headquarters, Hezbollah, like, because it was operationally near like one of the contested zones, and Hezbollah just basically has been spent the last 4 or 5 months blinding and deafening Israel. They take out all their listening posts. They take out all of the the Zeppelin and the balloon surveillance systems. They take out all of the drones. Drones are like 10 million a pop, maybe 100 million. I forget which drone. I watched them fucking just drop one. They've spent like the past 4 or 5 months basically just carving this fucking operational pathway. into the contested zone, and they just started taking out fucking headquarters. Like there's, the 91st Division, like fucking headquarters got leveled. There's footage of like a line of ambulances down the fucking road, like literally just dozens and dozens of ambulances showing up to that facility. They fucking leveled it with like real high test missile munition strikes. Like these are not some fucking handmade like resistance force mortars. Okay, these are fucking full on missile strikes, and just gone. That entire facility just fucking rubble, right? And they start engaging with the I talked about it before. This is insane, but like the settler part of the settler project, they chop down all of the the indigenous flora, and they like the olive trees that take centuries to cultivate. I wonder who planted and cultivated them. They plant European coniferous pine forests. They're quick growing, but they're also very, very flammable. And so Hezbollah's just been lighting them on fire using just basic munitions, just kinetic strikes, and burning entire settler villages and settler like locations to the ground. Just straight up. We're talking many, many, many square miles have burned so far. And it seems to be a very effective tactic. And so like you start to see this mission logic occur on the grand scale, right? Like Iraqi insurgents are starting to hit U.S. bases and U.S. assets in Iraq again because Israel flew over their airspace. You start to see Hezbollah carving this fucking freeway into Israel. You see Iran being able to absolutely deny access. Israel flew planes into Iran over Iraq, right? Flew planes into Iran, launched missiles at targets, and the missiles failed to connect. The Iranian defense system worked. They didn't even need to take the planes out. The missiles didn't connect. We used near real-time fire tracking systems live on air, trying to see if any of these locations, any of these targets were successfully and then next day, open source intelligence creeps on various platforms. Nothing. None of them connected. They didn't hit shit. Like the Iranian defense seems intact, seems to work. Hezbollah and Iran both have proven that the Iron Dome can be easily tricked and overwhelmed. The Iron Dome is very rusted. Everybody who, October 7th, there was a couple of dozen, several dozen. There was a bunch of war crimes committed by Hamas fighters on October 7th. Look. Everybody's been committing war crimes on every side, right? Let's just accept that as a sort of a wash, right? Everybody commits war crimes, right? Is what it is. International law is a goofy thing. Yeah, Nero. It's literally I am confident in that assessment. We watched. We're literally using near real time satellite tracking via NASA. Like the amount of they didn't do shit. Israel's not in a defensible position. They're not. Their internal politics are crumbling. Right-wing, authoritarian, theologically informed fascists are starting to rise up and grab power. Moderates are fleeing. The economy is taking a hit. They're wholly reliant on external power bases to continue to do business. And all of this supposedly done in service of protecting the Jewish diaspora and the Jewish population. Okay. All right. Has it done that? Has it made the world safer for the Jewish population? Because I'm an act utilitarian. At the end of the day, I'm an act utilitarian. I don't give a shit about rules, right? I don't give a shit about rules. Rules are fucking pointless. But just do your actions, does the outcome of your actions actually have purpose? Does it deliver, right? Like, okay, here in Vegas, they made it illegal. They tried to make it illegal to feed homeless people, right? It's like, okay, I don't give a shit about your rule. I'm going to go feed homeless people. Did that make the world a better place or a worse place? Well, we didn't poison anybody, and some people who were hungry got a meal. All right, well, at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, my ethical slate is clean. I'm good, right? I'm an act utilitarian at the end of the day, right? Did it do that? Did Israel's actions taken in moment, at a micro or a macro, historically, contemporarily, make the world safer for the Jewish diaspora? All signs point to no. All signs point to no. That's as near as we can tell. Every study that has looked at it, every poll that has looked at it, every amount of crime statistic and crime data points to the opposite. The actions of the Israeli lobbies, in combination with the actions of Israeli politics, military, and the culmination and the intersection at which they all exist, seem to have driven actual anti-Semitic crime, actual anti-Semitic sentiments, not the anti-Semitism they hit everybody with a hammer with, not the you criticize Israel, therefore you are an anti-Semite, not the Orthodox rabbis getting told that they're anti-Semites, right? Like, not the faux anti-Semitism, but the actual neo-Nazi, white supremacist, Klan-aligned anti-Semitism, the true Jew-hating anti-Semitism, which let's not get into the semantics of Semitics, all right? Let's not visit that. We all know the deal. The true anti-Semitism seems to increase every time Israel does a thing. Across the board. Global scale. The worst thing that happens for and to the sentiments about Jewish people are inextricably tied to the actions of Israel, because the powers that be have intrinsically tied the Jewish identity with Israel, with a nation state. Therefore, that identity has to bear the sins of a nation state. And every nation state is a war criminal, is an oppressor, is an authoritarian hierarchy, right? Like, so you then have to, your identity has to bear the sins of the father, as it were, right? Which is counterproductive, to say the very least. And so I would argue that super gluing one's identity to a nation state is probably not a strategic of strategic value. Let's just put it that way. Good luck, Willata. Good luck. If you do manage. So, yeah, it's been really interesting to sort of see this play out. Also, like I talked about it at the top of the fucking stream, dude, those IDF numbers are so fucking made up. The IDF casualty statistics, that's just a fucking number they wrote down. Add 2 zeros. For real. Just tack 2 zeros onto that shit. Those numbers are fucking absolutely made up. Not at all. Yeah. Like I've seen the amount of casualties in video form alone that they claim to have. Yeah. Like I personally have seen that amount of casualties. No. Not even close. The numbers got to be fucking sky high. Given their operational naivete, their lack of experience, the fact that none of their conscripts are battle hardened and combat ready. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. I saw a triple tap. It was a double and then a single. All right, so let me describe this. Okay, so there was a 5-man squad working to, okay, so one of the tactics that the insurgency uses is to reveal tunnels. They basically, they reveal tunnels. They draw attention to them intentionally in order to congregate IDF soldiers to them. They just use them as a lure. They use them strategically for logistics, and then they use them strategically for traps. And once they've run their logistics life, and the IDF becomes aware of them, they use them for the second reason. A 5-man IDF squad walks up to and is investigating the opening of a tunnel. And the Night Puka, the homemade, the locally made ghoul rifle, which we talked about. It's 115 mil. It's 114 mil. It's a 12.7. It's technically like a 57 caliber. It's like a 50 BMG, but a little heavier, little bigger, little heavier. It's an anti-material rifle. It's an anti-tank round. Straight up. 2 guys line up, plate armor, of course, plate armor. They line up. They get a bead, and dude just pops them. And I mean, it's just going to go through both of them. But here's where the point is. So very clearly, 5-man squad. One dude goes down. He just drops. Initial hit. He just falls, collapses. The other dude takes it like entry point here. It probably went through both lungs. But he drops second. There's a solid 3 seconds before he falls over. You see one of your buddies drop, and you see another buddy fall, right? The round came that way. This is basic just firearms knowledge, right? Boom, boom. All right, second, first, that way. What happens? First, one of the remaining 3, starts running into no man's land. Literally just starts sprinting. Just panics. Sheer panic. You can see it. He just starts sprinting into no man's land. He goes on autopilot, no combat conditioning whatsoever. Just starts sprinting. Gone. The remaining 2 post up. But they post up on the wrong side with their backs to the sniper because they failed to pay attention to bullet travel and order of operations for hit. So they took a defensive position with their backs to the sniper, who is armed with an anti-material rifle and has just punched a fist-size hole through two guys simultaneously. And so the third kill, which is on the right-hand side, I've never quite seen a shot like this. I'll tell you right now, I've never, in many years of firearms training and talking with military guys and having observed like CNN live strikes on I've never seen any. He tagged that dude with an anti-mat rifle. It looked like a video game. The physics seemed to just glitch out for a second. He tumbled him. He ragdolled a dude with his rifle. I've never seen anything quite like it before. He ragdolled him. He literally, you see the feet come over. You literally see him tumble. Three guys, 2 rounds, 5-man team. A 5-man team went out to investigate a hole in the when a 5-man team went out to investigate the mouth of a tunnel. 2 of them will be coming back. And those 2 have seen, one of them has seen, the other one just started sprinting. One of them literally saw their guys get vaporized, basically. Just fucking fist-sized holes punch it. That dude's PTSD'd. He's not field ready anymore. He's not field ready anymore. Those 2 guys are done. Those 2 guys are done. Like, operationally speaking, that squad's useless now. Straight up. Those 2 guys have to come out of the field, and those 3 other guys are, they're not coming back. So, this is the operational knowledge. This is the organizational operational knowledge that I see over and over with their operations in the field. So, you see this over and over. And you're like, oh, this is an organizational issue. This isn't a thing. This is the entire Israeli military. This is a top-down problem. This isn't one squad. This isn't one unit. This isn't one company. This is the entire organization that's operating this way. So you would have to pivot the entire organization in a way that would take 3 to 5 years to restructure while maintaining operational tempo. They don't have the resources for that. They can't do that. So, again, hearkening back to all of the factors that I was talking about. 15, 20 years. 15, 20 years. It's the end of the Westphalian model. It's the end of the colonial enterprise. Israel's just the last one to go. That's all. You look at the whole region. All of the colonial entities, not doing so hot. So, yeah, Israel's just going to be the last one to go. That's all. It's a matter of when, not if. It's just going to be a body count at the end of the day. That's all. We're just going to see how many bodies get stacked up when all is said and done. A lot of Gazans. Hey, Krusty. A lot of Gazans. They're going to bite it. They already have. But Like I said, you can tack 2 zeros onto the IDF numbers, no problem. And you'd probably still be conservative, all things considered. Those numbers, they just don't. It's like the Russian casualties, right? They just like, it's like, dude, you haven't lost a soldier in like 90 days, but I've seen footage of you losing 8 at a time. So what's going on with your numbers? Yeah, like I talked about, like there's literally, I watched them double tap a fucking an APC with an open hatch. Like the back door was open and 2 dudes standing there, like getting the mission ready. They double tap that shit with fucking rockets. Just boom, boom. That entire 8 people probably. Man, driver, gunner, 6 in the back maybe 10, maybe 8 in the back, depending on unit, depending on model, right? You just, that's 8, 10 dudes right there, just done. Fucking, that happens all the time, man. That happens all the time. So yeah, it's just a project that is reaching its end stage. It's reaching its end stage. Oh. What do you mean, Camille? The last one to go. Israel's the last of the colonial powers in the region that's relatively stable. Relatively stable. Oh yeah, Neuro. I mean, the entire region's made up of nation states that were essentially artificially created by the European colonial powers. Like all of those countries don't actually, like, they're not naturally existing. No nation state naturally exists, but it wasn't the formation of like the people of the land going, hey, let's create this thing. It was a bunch of fucking Europeans who were like, okay, so you are now like what we consider the people of this area. We're creating an ethnic group out of you. We're going to make you the dominant group. Here's some guns and some money. Feel free to, take out any century-old grievances that you may have. And here's the line. We're going to draw that line. There we go. You good? We're going to go over here now. Don't forget, send us gold, oil, and fucking local resources. Or else we might come back. So yeah, the entire region's full of just like straight line. The entire region's full of like entities that don't, again, naturally exist. They're not constructs of the people of the region. They were artificially created by European interlocutors. And I mean, you see, again, speaking of, you see that all over Africa. That's why the Pan-African identity is sort of failed as well, for a multitude of reasons, but one of the like core like cancers that was introduced into it is the fact that it is built upon this national identity. The nation state is a uniquely sort of Western concept. It's a Eurocentric Western concept, sort of this Westphalian nation state model. So you have this imposition of an externality upon something that it just doesn't work. I mean, you could argue that even the colonial powers themselves couldn't maintain it for themselves. Like, look at the UK. Look at the colonial powers in their current state, right? Like, look at the OGs. Look at the UK, right? The sun shall never set on the British Empire, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, they're like a mid-tier player at best on a global scale. They can't project real force. America will bitch slap them back into place if they get too fucking mouthy or uppity at the table, right? Like they don't have like they separated from the EU, which was the only thing that was holding them fucking afloat, right? So it is the end of the colonial project is an inevitability because we're already in it. This is it's not a prediction I'm making. This is because I don't do predictions. Like that's a thing I try and stay away from. The reason that I'm so comfortable saying this is because it's already happened and happening. Later, Deirdre. Sleep well. It's already occurred. It's already occurred. It's a non-issue. So what you're dealing with is just a process that's, we're a third of the way in. I don't know. Half the way. I don't fucking know the number. I don't know the percentage, but we're already starting it. The creature is dying, man. Like the UK, that 70s, we're 50 years into the biggest colonial power on the planet becoming a footnote. Half a century into like decolonization, probably, if you want to estimate. BRICS is a joke. It's a joke. Again, if I had to like use a cliche, Nero, if I had to cliche it up, you'll never use the master's tools to free yourself, right? Using the nation state, using the colonial model, using the gang-minded in-group, out-group, economically fueled, capitalistically intended model to attempt to emancipate yourself from that. There's a analogy I like to use for communists. As an anarchist, right? The communists like to say that they want to free themselves from the state, and they do that by empowering the state. That's like trying to heal the bullet wound in your foot by shooting yourself in the foot. So BRICS, I see BRICS as that. It's like, oh shit, there's this central bank evil that has been wrought upon the world, that has been unleashed, that is harming us all. To free ourselves from this evil, what shall we do? Make our own version of it. Okay, sure. Whatever. Kaiser, yeah. It's the people's bullet wound. Hey. Oh, hold on. Give me a sec. Oh. Ending off the goodnight messages. I don't even see it as that. I see it as an amalgamation of second-tier authoritarians who don't even know what soft power is. I mean, Caboose and someone else, Mom and Dave. Yeah, I don't see how. Neuro. Let's put this in let me circle back on that one, Nero. Give me a second. Hold on. We're going to use the pin. So I don't forget. So let me put this in like terms, right? So streaming services, cable TV and streaming services. Okay. So cable TV became a monopoly. And so streaming services came along and said, we're going to break this up, right? We're going to do this, right? We're going to become disruptive. But then streaming services just turned into the new cable TV, right? It's all everybody siloed their stuff and then they started bundling it together. And so you can get HBO, you can get Max bundled with Hulu, bundled with Disney Plus, right? That sort of thing. So what you have, oh, hold on. I just took away his mark. So what you have is this sort of like disruptive technology that then becomes the very thing it was attempting to replace, right? By just the very nature, because it was the same. It was the same people doing the same model. There's no way around that. Bricks is the same thing. It's the same thing. They're just different. They said, you know what? Your shit is controlled by Western powers, and it is abusive and coercive and exploitative. We don't want to be a part of it. Cool. What are you going to do? We're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do our own. What? Well, there's your problem. That's my issue with it. It's not a reinvention. It's not a revolution. It's not something new. It's something old, packaged something new. That's my issue. They're using the master's tools to attempt to free themselves, and that pisses me off. That annoys me. And so it's like, why would I ever take that seriously? It's just another oppressive, coercive, exploitative organizational model. It's not being run by the white guys. It was created by the white guys. It's just not being run by the white guys. All right. So we'll circle back around to this. Do you have some independent media outlets from the US I could inform myself about your internal debates? No. No. And Proudhon lived in a world 200 years old, past ours, behind ours. Like Proudhonian philosophy, Proudhonian ideology is absolutely viable and useful for a mode of analysis, but it isn't the end all be all. Fuck Hegel and all of Hegel's descendants. Jesus Christ. But just because somebody said it doesn't make it sacrosanct. That's the beauty of anarchism, especially, is that it is a network of ideas, in the words of Emma Goldman, and we much prefer it that way. Right? It's a stream that has many tributaries and is not prescriptive or authoritarian in its manner and approach. Thus, we don't need to bend a knee to any individual thinker within it. So calls to an authoritative source would be filed under a fallacy, to be super debate bro about it. No, that would be considered an affinity group. Family is the people you choose to associate with. It's the ones you love the most. The ones you care about the most. That's an affinity group. It's a core tenet and concept within most anarchistic models, if not all. Neuro. We, around these parts at least, encourage what I refer to as intellectual immune systems. I would encourage you to take information from every source, even mainstream media, especially mainstream media, because they're going to tell you things that you might want to factor into your model. Not necessarily as true information or objective information, but you're going to want to know what they're saying, sort of thing, right? You're like, hold on. If they said that, I need to look over there, right? I'm like, look over there. Okay, I'm going to look over there then. Right? It's that sort of thing. Include as much information as possible in your model. That way you can build a more effective model. What is with this weird obsession? Where did this come from suddenly? Did I invoke Proudhonian tenets while I was discussing the end of colonial enterprise, or the fact that BRICS is a Western model of banking? Like, weird. Place and time, market, place and time. Everything has its place and time. This is what people don't understand about anarchism as a whole, is that it's a tool belt filled with tools. Insurrectionary No. I'm not saying like you can't discuss it in chat. I'm saying that like everything has its place and time. There's a multitude of tools in the tool belt of an anarchistic model. It's got multiple lens of analyses. It's got modalities of operation. It's got organizational models to utilize. It's got direct action models. We're going to qualify that as direct action, and we'll leave that over there. There are multitudes of modes of direct action that one can engage in within, the alignment and organization of one's community they're in. Everything from free markets, clinics, libraries, gardens, to resistance groups. And so there is a time and place for everything. I would not issue insurrectionary anarchists as a whole or as a concept in totality. Hold on, I got a couple of people that need adding to a list though. Song, and there was tech. You haven't popped up yet. There we go. And so insurrectionary anarchism, or just insurrection as a whole, is, I feel like the TISM is happening. I feel like the TISM is happening. Like, it feels like somebody has come in obsessed with one thing in particular and is... Whatever. Chat is chat. Chat gonna chat. So, anyway, market. There's a time and a place for all functions and tools, right? If there is a nail, maybe a hammer's the idea. Right? Maybe that nail needs hammering in. Maybe it needs pulling out. Maybe you need to get a fucking crowbar. Maybe it's a big fucking nail and you need a, pry bar to get it out. Who the fuck knows? Maybe it's like rusted and you're just like, fuck it, I'm just going to chop saw that or fucking, angle grinder it off. like, and deal with it later. It's not a big deal, right? Like, there's a multitude of tools you could use to deal with that. But like, if you're looking at a screw and you're like, I got a hammer, right? Why are you attempting to like bang in a fucking screw with a hammer at that point, right? Like, there's a right tool for the job. And people think anarchism is one thing. They think it's a monolith for some reason. They think it's a siloed monolith. And it's a living, breathing network of ideas. And it utilizes a multitude of modalities of operation within itself. There's an argument to be made that there's more types of anarchism than there are anarchists even, right? Like, it's just how that works. And so, yeah, the insurrection element of it, the sort of refusal to lay down, and the willingness to engage in a aggressive direct form of direct action that is going to be contraindicated to an easy life, that is going to run antithetical to the nature of whatever social dominant socioeconomic ethno group or whatever, nation state, whatever the dominant era, dominant nature, quality and quality of the society you find yourself in. If you're running antithetical to that, then maybe you need to, right? I personally would argue that there is, if I find a Canadian who claims to be an insurrectionary anarchist, right, my first question to them is going to be, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Tell me exactly what your insurrection looks like, right? Like, show me what your direct action looks like. Tell me your praxis, right? That's going to be my first thing. What are you actually doing? My follow-up to that is probably going to be, one, if they're actually engaging in insurrectionary activities, is going to be attempting to qualify and quantify the efficacy of those endeavors. Are you actually moving the needle, right? If you are, then their main method, generally speaking, would be using like sort of I hate to invoke him, but like a Foucaultian power dynamic analysis. Generally speaking, the sort of what could be described as the main thoroughfare of anarchistic analysis would be a power dynamic analysis that engages in a multifaceted analytical method. Generally speaking, you can find it in intersectionality, but we also, like in community, have crafted a bespoke modality of a lens of analysis that sort of transcends intersectionality. We call it the Tesseract. The intersectional Tesseract. It's a whole thing. We don't need to do that level of analysis, but generally speaking, what could be described as the sort of the main current of anarchistic analysis would be based upon intersectional power dynamics. So that would be as close as I would be comfortable after a lifetime of being an anarchist and being in spaces and being an organizer and being it's actually a poison pill for intersectionality. We designed it as a poison pill. Generally speaking, okay, so intersectionality is a useful mode of analysis. It's a useful means. It's as close as most people are going to get to actually doing something, right? It's not just that you're like a white guy, right? The white guy has privilege, right? The white guy has privilege. Well, yes, he does, but let's talk about some stuff, right? Maybe the white guy is in an all-female space and is employed by an all-female entity. Maybe the white guy is poor and is at a country club full of rich people of color. Right? There's these intersections of analysis that have to occur, right? You're not one thing, you're many things. The whole point of the Tesseract is that when you actually include the reality of life, what you realize is that there's no stationary privilege. That all of these intersections are constantly in flux, that they're constantly in a state of dynamism, that you are a different person tomorrow than you were today, that everything is always shifting, that you could be broke tomorrow and you could be rich today. All of these things are possible. Those dynamics, those intersections are a constant source of change in your life. Maybe they're stable. For some they are. They remain stable over their whole life. But the nature of humanity is dynamic. The nature of humanity is change. And so to understand who somebody is and to do a proper intersectional analysis on them requires a reductive lens. You have to crush that three-dimensional creature into a two-dimensional figure. And so the very nature of analysis of intersectionality is an oppressive act itself. And that the only way we can properly ever identify or go about these things is to recognize the true innate humanity within us all and recognize the equality and equity that needs to be brought to bear within all systems. Because any attempt to flatten that curve is reductive, is an oppressive act unto itself. So we recognize that a dynamic intersectional analysis is a useful tool, but it is still a tool that can harm. And so it's best left to those that know how to use that tool, much like a table saw. I can build a house with a table saw, but if you let your fucking 5-year-old use that table saw, chances are they're coming out without a few fingers, right? It's like that. Intersectional power dynamic analysis is probably the best tool we have for engaging with the concept of privilege at this time. But we need to recognize its limitations, both within ourselves and the greater society, communal group, that sort of thing. And in doing so, we can apply those tools better. Right. But yes, intersectional power dynamic analysis is probably the best thing we have as sort of a mainstream anarchistic analytical mode. But it's constantly being improved. It's constantly being buffed up and sharp edges rounded down and that sort of thing. That's just close to the mainstream we get, though. I would, Neuro, useful, but still potentially harmful. All tools. I think that's sort of like, that's definitely an advocacy that I bring for myself. And there's, I mean, people have read the things that I write and the community that I run, and like the YouTube side, you guys don't actually engage with me. Like I said, we just recently started streaming on YouTube again. I think the best thing to recognize is that it can do harm, because that seems to be because that's the largest contention between communists and anarchists, is that like we kind of want the same end goal, but like anarchists are more concerned about like, you know, not having a secret police force that is knocking on doors in the middle of the night, stealing people's fucking because they had wrong think and shit like that, right? Like the communists are perfectly fine with a vanguard. They're perfectly fine with a secret police. They're perfectly fine with all this stuff in the pursuit of like what? Right? It was like, oh, we don't want classes, but we're going to set up classes. We don't want a state, but we're going to set up a state, right? Like, it's that sort of shit that we're like, okay, classless, stateless society. I can get down with that. How are you going to do that? A class state society? Well, that seems problematic. So did you not think that your authoritarian centralizing policy might be problematic, right? Anarchists have the same critique of capitalism and communism. Arguably, you could make both of them work. But it's about the centralizing authoritarian hierarchical nature of them both. becomes immensely problematic. And so if you're not paying attention to those potential downsides, the harm that your tool can cause, then you're going to start chopping off fingers, literally and figuratively, depending on who you're dealing with. And so, like, anarchists take that into account. We take human greed, we take human pride, we take the anger, we take that into account when building the model, rather than trying to take advantage of it to run stuff. See greed in a capitalist model, that sort of thing, right? And so, like, yeah, it's recognizing that intersectional analysis is probably the best tool we have for privilege analysis and societal analysis at this point. But also, if you misapply it, it can do a lot of harm. The origin point of this was actually one of those shitty fucking that's just wrong. Like, it's just like, it's like the revolutionaries themselves become the dominant class. It happens inevitably. Like, the historical record on this is very clear as far as the communists are concerned. The revolutionaries become the dominant class and immediately begin oppressing left, right, and center. And I don't use that as a political spectrum. I use that as just like, they literally start oppressing everybody, man. Like, that's just an immediate go-to for any revolutionary group, is they start taking that shit out. They got grievances. Rather than a restorative model, none of them engage in a restorative model. They immediately default to a retributive model. They default to the classic human endeavor. They go for retribution rather than restoration. They go for punishment rather than justice. This is every single communist revolution. It's every one of them. Like, forget communism. Like I said, anarchists have a critique of fucking all of these motherfuckers. Like, it just so happens that, you know, communists have killed more anarchists than the capitalists have, at least directly. Look, the capitalists, like, byproduct death, right? The capitalists, through their lackadaisical lack of concern towards society, definitely have probably stacked a body count of anarchists higher than the communists. But as far as rounding communists up and rounding anarchists up and shooting them in the forests, and artillery shelling the anarchist club of Moscow, and openly machine gunning anarchists in the streets, right? Shit like that. Yeah, oh yeah, the communists have killed way more anarchists than the capitalists have ever. Not even close. Like, it's not even close. We're several magnitudes of order out. So we have a very innate distrust of communists, especially communist revolutionaries. Seeing as they tend to kill people with lack of regard for people. Yeah. They very quickly become a violent, dominant sociopathic class, rather than sociological class, sociopathic class, because they tend to exhibit group dynamics. And when you have a diffusion of responsibility, such as it can occur throughout an organizational structure such as that, they quickly take on traits that would be comparable to corporations. Yeah, most of them tend to tonally take on the qualities of modern corporation pretty quickly, which is, I mean, ironic given the sort of corporate nation state that is like the alignment of classical fascism, at least. Hey, pooping. The Corpo People's Syndicate of Manufacturums. So yeah. Hey, thanks for that follow. Kabui Garai. Sorry if I butchered your name. Sir Sten, communists never implement true communism. That's because I call it paracommunism, paradoxical communism. There's also paracapitalism. I mean, if you're a commie, Neuro, you're perfectly welcome to serve food next to me. I will stand next to you and I will serve food with you. And I'm happy to have you at a soup kitchen working next to me. The minute you start trying to organize, I will oppose you. I do not believe communists can be trusted organizationally. I just don't. It is a strong ideological belief. I will happily let you participate. I will happily have you next to me in the line. If you're kicking a fucking tear gas canister back, by all means, I will call you friend. But the minute that you're like, I think we should organize it this way, oh yeah, I'm gonna push back hard on that. Paracommunism, paracapitalism, paradoxical capitalism, paradoxical communism. My argument, or at least my theorem on this, is that both capitalism and communism's like end state goals can be achieved, but not through capitalism or communism. This is the paradoxical nature of communism and the paradoxical nature of capitalism. I do not think communism can reach an end state goal of a stateless, classless, moneyless society utilizing the tenets and mandates of communism as a conceptual tool. I think that ultimately to arrive at the end state conclusion of communism, you would have to use anarchism. Organizationally, communism is antithetical to itself. To get to that point, you're going to have to use something that is actually antithetical to their centralized organizational model. So I call it, communism is technically paracommunism, or at least the implementation thereof, using something like anarchism as an organizational model, and comms are a perfectly viable thing. I think is how you get to that end state goal. I think capitalism could probably work if you actually applied it within like some form or factor. Like, look, work is it's a stretch. Look, I'm not defending capitalism. I'm just saying, like, you could probably like so you have to nail capitalism to the fucking floor. Like, you literally have to strap it to the floor and nail it down. Because by its very nature, it's going to take over. So you have to strap it to the floor and just bolt it to the goddamn floor, right? Then you have to basically neuter it. You're going to have to chop off some of its limbs. And you're going to have to make sure that like equality and equity are used for the resource distribution model throughout it. So you're going to end up with something that, like, I mean, maybe Smith might recognize as capitalism. Maybe Smith might go, I think there's something of my thing in there, right? Like it might be Smithian inspired, at least so much as the elimination of the rentier class in its entirety. Smith would recognize that for sure. I think there's probably more. I mean, any of the people who are experienced within market dynamics within capitalism might recognize it, but markets do not make capitalism, right? Capitalism does not make markets. Markets exist outside capitalism. Markets exist in communism. Markets exist in blah, 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 right? So there's probably some stuff in there that I would say, like, but you could make it work. You could strap it to the fucking floor, bolt it down, chop off its fucking hands, and neuter it a bit, and you could probably make it work. But I would say it's probably only a matter of time, because the problem with both of these systems, the problem with every system, is oh Jesus Caboose, good luck with that. This is one of the things I like best about anarchism, is it is literally living, breathing. Like, the anarchism of today is not the anarchism of old days. Let's see. Hold on. I just wanted to go. That's why the dude coming through, like, citing Proudhon and stuff, like, that's weird. Like, I definitely think you should, read property and stuff, that sort of thing. But, like, to hang your hat as an anarchist on a 200-year-old philosopher sort of situation is not a thing we do. And so, like, that tendency is, I think, should be opposed. So, yeah, I think that I think that if you took into account equitable and equal distributional models within the resource dynamics of a system, you could get somewhere. The problem with all of these is the problem with everything, is that humans are running them. Humans are doing them. Humans suck. Humans suck. We're not ready. Like any of the new people, like you're probably not, like, you know, I mean, the new people don't know the standard bearer, the torch bearer of fucking speech, right? Like we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that. Clearly we're not ready for that. Like, I don't know what it would take, but like, again, like, and in what it would take, I don't mean getting us there. I mean getting people to understand we're not there. There's all of these like pie-eyed fucking Bambi-looking fucking just eternal optimists that we come across that are like, no, you don't understand. If the proletariat only knew about true communism, they would flock to it in droves. Really? Like, really? In what vacuum, in what theoretical vacuum space are you going to find all these people? Right? Like, it just always lacks realism. It always lacks pragmatism. Whenever you're engaging with somebody in that sort of manner, you're almost always left like wondering, like, what world do these fucking people come from? Cause I haven't, like, you know, they're usually the type of people that use the term AES, actually existing socialism. Well, I think that's a generalistic comment about my comments, Das. So how about you be specific? Your generalism is a generalism. Your critique of my supposed generalism is generalistic in nature and is rendered useless by its very nature. So be specific. Yeah, no, I'm not waiting for that. Oh, did that? Yeah, it did. I think it popped on screen. Hold on, let me check that. When did that occur? Yeah, that occurred a while ago. Yes, it did. Okay, cool. Wanted to verify that. It's badass. Okay, good to know it works on that side. All right, cool. The fact that we as humans use 3-letter acronyms for a shit ton of stuff is fun. Yeah, when I think of AES, I think of the encryption algorithm. It doesn't even, in my head, it is, will, and always will be fucking an encryption algorithm. But like, yeah, it's generally speaking, yeah, I find that sort of naive optimism about like, if I just, you know, overcome this one thing, then of course they'll be a part. They'll rally to the party, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's usually the people who use the term AES. You're like, oh god damn it! Please point to the AES on the map. No worries, Nero. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Have a good rest of your night. Venezuela. One more revolution, bro, I swear. Just one more. One more of a taking of the state. This time it'll work, bro, I swear. Just one more, bro. Just one more. Yeah. It does have addict behavior. It really does. Norway. Exactly, Wobbles. Norway. Oh, all right. Let's I'm fucking dude. I had a banger of a stream. It's 5 fucking hours. I am going to raid out to hopefully kittens. Not kittens. Oh god damn it. What the fuck? Radhom. y'all missed a banger of a fucking stream, but either way, welcome in. I was just rapping it. I can highly recommend the VOD. Let's see. There's Fluffle. We're just gonna stack these fuckers onto Fluffle. Yeah. Hey Fox. Another person that needs added to the get all these added. You're welcome. All right, added you. What, yeah, whatever. I don't care. I was like, oh, what's been, no, I just realized I don't care.